Good evening. It is January 28th, and we're calling the Town Council Committee of the Whole order to meeting. It is about 6:34. With roll call, we have all present except for Councilor Parker, who is at TVCCA, and Councilor Gajewski, who will be joining us a little late. On to our first item, calendar and communications. Councilor Merritt, do you have anything you'd like to share?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Councilor Bordelon.
Thank you. I received a email from Sima Evans, and it states here, agreeing Councilor Bordelon, several days ago, Chair Jeff Pritchard's name was removed from the town P&Z Commission membership list on the town website. Membership on the commissions and committees extends until the position has been filled. I noticed that other commission members whose terms have expired have names still listed on the town's website. Can you please look into this? I was troubled when Chair Pritchard received the letter from the town clerk that he had not been reappointed before. The town council had even acted on the issue. It seems as if this decision to remove Mr. Pritchard was decided outside the public realm with no transparency. This is compounded by the fact that the council's nomination committee members offered no reason for the reappointment of him. Can you please let me know if these issues can be remediated? They are troubling and seem to indicate lack of adherence to accepting policy by the town. Thank you in advance for investigating. So that was what I received. Other emails as well regarding Mr. Pritchard's non-reappointment. Also received an email from John Goodrich, an alternate from the Historic District Commission. And I guess in a nutshell here, he's just questioning that when asked at one of the meetings prior to the chair of the personnel appointments, Councilor Jones, along with Gajewski and Rusk, Councilor Rusk, that he did reapply and his application was never put on, to be reconsidered, according to him. And when I asked Mr. Jones, Councilor Jones, he stated there was no application. So he's just forwarding that on October 30th, in fact, it says, "Good morning, the clerk's office confirms receipt of the application." So that's what he did send to me. So those are the communications that I have, and just concerns about how our personnel and appointments are going from the community. Let's see, what else? I also attended some Board of Education meetings via Zoom and in person. I was not able to attend the event on Monday, which I think is very nice for the veterans. Unfortunately, due to work conflicts, I'm not able to leave in the middle of the day, unfortunately, due to our own budget session right now, so unfortunately I had to miss. I also do have some concerns, speaking for myself as a counselor and as a personal taxpayer, with the concerns with the Board of Ed's budget. Considering the Board of Ed's budget is about, I always say it wrong, is it 68 or 70% of the town's budget? Town Manager Burt, I forget roughly. Is it?
Roughly around the 65%.
65.
Right? It changes a little bit every year.
So it's the largest percent of our town's budget, and for the record, I'm 100% in support of education fully. As a former para in the Groton Public School System and a Fitch High School graduate, along with 2 children that I raised here, I'm a firm believer in education. But I am gravely concerned about not what we're allocating, but where the money's being allocated within the budgets at the Board of Ed level. Granted, we have no control of that. That's an admin issue as to where they choose to move it. But at the meeting last night, which was very concerning, a paper was handed out with totals and numbers, and I quickly noticed that some of the numbers on there were not the approved 2024 numbers that were approved in the previous budget. The numbers were off, and then I did hear many board members speak with concern about certain line items, numbers not matching. Also, there's another resignation of their finance director. So now to date, we've had, since 2023, 3 financial directors, 2 within the last 6 months or so. So I am really concerned moving into the budget season as to what is going on in those line items. I'm doing my due diligence on the front end before the council starts our own budget to be aware of that 68% that we, utilize for education. So definitely following it very closely, definitely have some concerns. We'll be following up with emails, and just not sure what's going on. That's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have to bring it up because I was called out on it at the last meeting that we are not allowed to be on our electronics while the meeting is in session.
We were always told that we could.
No, that is part of our rules, and it was passed at this council, and I have actually been called out on it for not implementing it. So I
My
do want to.
understanding, for clarification, it was phones, not computers.
No, it says electronics.
I think that's ridiculous.
It was
What-
passed at this council. I don't want to get into the argument of it. I just want to bring it to your
Sure,
attention.
no, that's great to know that.
Thank you. Council Pacino.
Can't use our computer. Wow.
I have nothing to pass.
Thank you. Councilor
you.
Rusk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to actually start my stopwatch, if you don't mind, since we don't have timers.
Yes, after we go through, I was going to see if anybody would like to take care of the timer on the wall.
Okay, I'm going to start it for me. I just wanted to report that we just completed a Public Safety Committee meeting. Discussed the funding for Groton ambulance services between the Mystic River Ambulance and the Groton Ambulance. The goal was to come up with a equitable way of dealing, or of funding both ambulance services. That will come before the council at the next meeting, hopefully. And that was also attended by Councilor Merritt and Councilor Pacino, so thank you for that. And that is my report.
Thank you. Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to just thank our Lieutenant Governor Susan Beisowitz and Veterans Commissioner Ron Welch, who came down yesterday to Groton to present the Groton Korean era and Vietnam era Veterans Awards ceremony. It was an amazing ceremony. It was held at Fitch High School, and we had probably a little over 80 Vietnam vets and maybe 4 Korean vets. The vets were recognized. I was there, Mayor Franco was there, and Representative Baumgartner were there. It was a very moving ceremony. It entailed, Lieutenant Governor Beisowitz has done 140 of these, and it was a real honor to be there. And so she gave some remarks, and then she opened the floor to veterans, who many of them spoke about their experiences being in Vietnam or being in Korea. And then each individual veteran was awarded a certificate and a medal. So this is a program that she's been instituting around the state, but it also really opened up the efforts that we've been trying to do here with bringing in a veteran services rep. To have a real good face-to-face, we saw how many people there really are, and this is just one segment. We also have Gulf War, and we have Afghanistan and many other veterans, but this was just one segment, and there were veterans, families. It was really quite a ceremony. So I was glad. Thank you to the mayor for inviting me to come, and I think it was terrific, and it was just great to see everybody. So it's good. Thank you.
That's good. Councilor McBride.
Thank you. Excuse me, attended an Eversource ISO New England seminar regarding electricity and potential outages and how to be prepared and to respond in the event of outages. The only other thing is that is continued correspondence regarding the mishandling of Jeff Pritchard's nomination to the B&C Commission. Other than that, that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. I also attended, as was stated, the Veterans Recognition Ceremony. It was quite an event. I am so proud to be there with the people in our community that have served our country in Korea and in Vietnam. It was quite moving, and to hear some of the residents tell some of their own experiences, it was very moving. But you've basically covered everything. If you would like to see it, it is on GMTV, so you can tune in. So you can see the people in our community and how this affected them. And I will say some of them were happy that even all these years later, that people were welcoming them home. And because they didn't get the ticker tape parade, and it was very touching. Also would like to bring up the fact that the federal funding issues that are going on in our government and at the nation, at our capital. I don't even know what to say about it. I think it's going to impact our budget session this year. I think, I'm hoping that all counselors are watching and keeping track of how this is potentially going to impact Groton, not just our budget, but the school budget, and I don't think this is going to be a very easy year. But hopefully, we're all going to just get through it, and it won't be too painful. Okay, moving on.
Point of
I would like to
clarification.
ask if any counselors would like to, until Counselor Gajewski gets here, to sit maybe in his seat and take care of the timer.
I'm happy to.
Counselor Rusk, you volunteered?
I volunteered.
Thank you so much. That's,
I was going to volunteer.
Point of clarification?
thank you so much.
I was going to just do it from here.
Thank you. Thank you. Counselor Bordelon,
I
do you have
just
a
wanna-
question?
Yeah, I have a question. So we're able to Zoom in from home on our laptops, but we can't access our town information emails while we're here on our computer. I'm just a little confused, and I just want to ask through the town manager, from a state level, I mean, everyone uses them at all the towns to be able to access emails,
It's not a state rule, it's our council rule.
right, but is it ethical, is it legal?
It's
action?
legal.
It just doesn't seem it should be. That's all I'm questioning. I just want to make sure we're following. Can we get the town manager to check with the attorneys? Because I don't know that that is legal.
Mr. Burt, did you already check into this?
I did, yes, it's up to the council.
Okay, that's, I mean.
Thank you. Moving on to approval of minutes.
Hold on. Sorry, point of clarification. I don't know how to
Yes.
use this.
Okay. Great.
I don't know if that's a point of clarification, but I'm just,
Sean is coming as well.
I'm happy to do it, but somebody's got to give me a quick tutorial.
So you want to do it? No. Okay, go ahead.
So start.
Basically, start.
Stop.
That's it, that's
How do I clear?
Just gonna go back to.
Point of information
Your question.
Repeat?
to the town manager.
Okay, thank you.
That item that we talked about, is that for this meeting or not?
From today,
No,
which,
on the plates.
oh, no,
Okay,
I anticipate that will be very soon.
okay, thank you.
Counselor Rust, do you think you're all set?
I think I'm all set, thank you.
All
Madam
right.
Mayor.
We will give you some latitude on any kind of issues you may have with the clock.
I appreciate some grace.
Thank you. All right. So item number 1 is approval of minutes. And since you're sitting down there, Counselor Rusk, and you're the first one in line, would you like to take the approval of minutes?
I would love to, thank you. I make a motion to approve the committee of whole meeting minutes from January 14th, 2025. So moved.
Second, Jones?
All right, moved by Rusk, seconded by Jones. Okay, not seeing any hands, we'll take a vote on our 2025-63, January 14th, 2025 minutes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Counselor Bordelon, I didn't hear your vote.
I'm an aye.
Thank you. That passes 7-0. Up first on our new business is 2025-67 Connecticut Deep Pura. It's a grant. Counselor McBride, would you like to take that one?
Sure. Item number 2025-67, Connecticut Deep Public Utilities Regulatory Authorities, Public Education and Governmental Programming, and Educational Technology Investment Account Grant. Make a motion to recommend a resolution authorizing the town manager or his designee to apply for and receive grant funding in the amount of $73,212 from the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection and Public Utilities Regulatory Authorities, Public Education and Governmental Programming and Education Technology Investment Account, which will allow the Groton Municipal Television to upgrade and enhance Groton community's viewing experience of government access television and refer the matter to the RTM per Rule 6.53.
Second.
Okay, moved by McBride, seconded by Pacino. Good evening. Would you
Good
like to
evening.
introduce yourself and give us a synopsis?
Absolutely. Jennifer Mealy, Director of Library Services, and
Sean Greeley, the Groton Municipal Video Specialist.
So the library, as we've just heard, would like the town council to approve the PEG-PISA application grant request of the $73,212. This will be the 5th year of applying for grant funding through this PEG-PISA grant. And we have been able to secure over $150,000 worth of grant funds due to Sean's due diligence of writing grants every year. And this has significantly changed GMTV services. It has absolutely helped to upgrade digital services with equipment and many other things that you've seen and used. And now we're looking to go ahead and upgrade and replace a GMTV studio set, which is at the library. And we're looking to add some peripheral equipment to help with the studio set. So that is what we're looking for.
Okay, great. Counselor Rusk.
Thank you. Sorry. I just wanted to say thank you, especially Sean, so much for all of your work on this. I've actually worked closely with you on one of these. I think you wrote most of it, to be honest. So I just want to say thank you because GMTV has made huge strides in the last few years, thanks to you. So thank you very much.
Counselor Bordelon.
Thanks. I don't have much to say other than it's a no-brainer. It's a grant, right? It's, we, only hope more people do it, so, any opportunity to do that. I mean, how, it's almost an insult to even have to vote on it, How do you vote it down? I don't know, but thank you.
Okay, seeing no other hands, we're going to take a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? That passes 7-0 to 0. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
Good luck. Up next, 2025-64 OPDS, position reclassification. This is in our packet. Ooh, let me find the right page. On our packet, page 19. Counselor Jones.
2025-64 OPDS position reclassification. Motion to recommend a resolution to approve the reclassification of the OPDS Code Enforcement Officer Planner 1 to an Assistant Zoning Official / Zoning Enforcement Officer effective October 1st, 2024 at a grade level 4, which is currently $78,901 to $90,632 per annum. So moved.
Second?
Moved by Jones, seconded by Bordelon. Good evening.
Good evening. Arnisha Green, Director of HR and Risk Management. This is an updated or a reclassification of a position that already exists in the Office of Planning and Development Services. The current position is at a level 2. This would be going to a level 4, and it complies with all of the contractual requirements. We've already had the conversation with the union, and we're on the same page for this. Any of the items that were removed or edited out of the old job description were duplicative and are already being covered by others. And this is an effort to really align the position with what is actually going on in real time with the development that's going on. And the increase in, excuse me, the increase in duty. So we're making sure that it's aligned. And you have the old job description with the removals, and you have the new job description with the additions and the estimated salary difference, which the department can absorb.
Okay, Counselor Jones?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Director Green. Can you just explain to me, says with continued increase in new development projects, the town, this is a zoning officer, further codifying this position, which is increasingly heavy in zoning interactions, the new job title. So just sort of what this person will do?
This position already had zoning in it in the old job description, so this is really highlighting that. And they will do, or help, I should say, with zoning interpretations, zoning certificates, and it really realigns the duties among this position and provides checks and balances from others who help out with this.
So do they go out to like sites or look at a building or something like that and make sure that it's following all the rules? Is that what they do?
So I think that would be more along a building approval from an inspection perspective, but this is more zoning, the interpretation of it and assisting with it.
Okay. Okay, all right, thank you.
Counselor McBride.
Hi, thank you for this. Just a quick question. In the motion, it says effective October 1st, 2024, but then in the last paragraph of the description, it says the 4,200 will cover for the remainder of the fiscal year. So is this individual receiving back pay, or is it going to be?
It would be back pay, and that amount does go back to October. I did do the calculation for that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Okay, I'm not seeing any more hands. Let's take a vote on 2025-64 OPDS, position reclassification. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Counselor Bordelon?
I'm an aye.
It passes 7 to 0 to 0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, 2025-56, the Athletic Fields Task Force, field study presentation. Okay, page are we starting on this? This is on our page 26. And this is for information purposes only. Okay, introduce yourselves and
Good evening. Mark Berry, Director of Parks and Recreation, and to my right is Chad Frost from Kent and Frost. And we are here this evening to present to the council the findings of the last 4 years of work that the Athletic Field Task Force and Kent and Frost have been working on. The Athletic Field Task Force represents members of the Fitch High School, youth sports, and adult sports. This process has involved a lot of public feedback. We've made a couple of presentations already, inventoried or surveyed what coaches' needs have been, and have compiled all of this information to share with the council and with the community. And these are the findings that will be presented this evening reflect what has been a long recognized issue in the community, and that's a lack of athletic fields and the condition of some of the sports facilities, particularly up at Fitch High School. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Chad to go over the presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Again, for the record, my name is Chad Frost with Kent Frost Landscape Architecture. Happy to be in front of you again, talking about this and the proposals going forward. I know many of you have been at many of these meetings. There's a lot of information. I've included it in your packet so you can go back and look at it later. Tonight, I'm trying to go through it fairly quickly. I could probably spend a couple hours going through all the details, which you probably don't want. So I'm going to go through it fairly quickly. Feel free to stop me and ask questions as I'm going if I go through a topic too quickly. But very quickly, what I'm going to go through is the existing conditions, the public feedback, the synthetic versus natural grass discussions and research we've had, and decisions, the master plans, and then what everybody's been waiting for is the cost estimates. Really quickly, existing conditions, we'd be happy to give you a tour out there, but as you've probably heard from everybody in the public, it's pretty dismal from existing conditions. This is the bleacher set at Fitch. these have been out of code compliance for a couple of decades. What I found as we were talking to the public about this is that actually the last time the track was resurfaced and the lights were put up, it was out of compliance at that point, and the state offered to spend some money to help us upgrade it. That was turned down, and we left the condition as it is and just went forward with a smaller project. ADA compliance is non-existent, right? You can't get in there at all with any sort of mobility challenges. From a safety perspective, these are a significant risk, I'll say. They don't meet any of the code compliance for fall protection and things like that. So significant improvements are needed, and that's just, I'll try to leave it at that. The field house, if we want to call it that, it's basically football offices on the, I'll say the upper level, and one locker room on the lower level. The condition is the condition as it was built in the 1960s. There's no facilities for female athletes or spectators. It's really just not what we should be providing our athletes or visiting teams either. There's no place for visiting teams to come into. Not to mention the mold and other building issues that we have to deal with. And again, as you can see in that photo off to the left, ADA access is impossible. This is the restrooms, the public restrooms at Fitch. Not exactly our best face for the public. That image on the right is the men's restroom. That is the door, that if anybody opens the door to walk in, every single urinal is wide open to the public. So again, significantly needing a little bit of work. And then we threw in the porta potty image as well, because up at the new middle school, which that field is in great condition, the amenities just weren't all there. And so that's used by the athletics, especially at Fitch. You might have a team that's traveling over an hour to get here. The entire team gets off the bus and they have one porta potty to use with no way to wash hands and things like that. From a field and amenities perspective, this is obviously the aerial looking down at Fitch. What you'll notice is there's a bunch of different ability or ways to configure tracks. Obviously, they all have to be the same total length, but you can make them wider and shorter depending on areas. This track alignment that was put in back in the 60s is basically the narrowest track and the longest track that you can get. And so that constricts what type of field sports can be played on it. Additionally, as you can see, one of the long running jumps on that upper side of the track as we're looking at it, which is really the eastern side of the field, was also put inboard of the track, which significantly narrows the width of the playing surface as well. So the playing surface is only used for football. It's too narrow for football or for lacrosse, for soccer, for field hockey, for any other field sports. That surface can't be used. I know counselors that have been around a long time have seen all the budget requests to improve the actual turf itself, because the turf is in pretty poor shape. It needs a whole lot of work. It's constantly getting a ton of work done to it, but yet it can only be used by the football team for a select games a year. So it's like gets about a dozen uses a year at most. So this whole large facility significantly underutilized because of the existing conditions. The track was resurfaced about a decade or so ago. It will need resurfacing no matter what here within the next couple of years. The football practice field, which is off to the right in this photo, down to the south, is not wide enough for the team to be able to practice a full width field in their practice location. And effectively all the other, you can see the jumping facility is significantly lacking. Even the away bleachers are in worse condition, if you can believe it, than the home bleachers. So in general, very poor condition.
If I just make, you said if we have a
Yep,
question.
jump in.
Just if you could draw the attention to the throwing fields, it's like non-existent.
Correct, yep,
In
so,
compare-
excellent point. Yep, the throwing areas are over in that practice area of the field off on the right-hand side for the most part. We have no permanent facilities for them effectively, right? So they just get moved around depending on who's doing what, where, and when. So that's one of the things we're trying to rectify in the plan going forward.
Where do the soccer and the lacrosse teams play?
Every other field sport is forced to play at the middle school field.
Okay.
So every field sport for the high school and for the middle school practice on the same field. This is Claude Chester. A lot has been said. Obviously, the school was closed. To make it go forward, we did do quite a bit of community input looking for what the community wanted. The consensus at that time was removal of the school, use it for athletic fields, and save a space for potential aquatic facilities. The existing condition of the, and I'm going to call it fields in quotes, because it's really the green areas that you can see in this aerial photograph, are in really poor condition, to the point to where the only youth sports team that will use this right now is football. All other youth sports won't use this because it's unsafe to do so on the grass turf. And grass turf is a polite term. It's really extremely hard, rocky, uneven. It's a dangerous surface. That area that runs north and south, just to the west of the school, used to be wide enough to be able to fit a full-size field in there. But right before the school closed, they put some additional playgrounds and playground spaces out there that narrowed it up, so there's now not enough width anymore. The northern part that is wider looks like you should be able to fit a full-size field up there. However, grading-wise, on the right-hand side is about 5 feet higher than the left-hand side. So you can't have a field running east and west with a 5-foot grade change from one end to the other end. So those are the challenges with that existing conditions. And then at Sutton Park, the fields here are actually in pretty good condition, right? We're in a low-lying area in a floodplain, good topsoil, the grass grows well, it's well-maintained. The infields are in pretty good shape. All the other sporting amenities, the dugouts, the bleachers, the press boxes, all those significant needs of repair. The problem we have at Sutton is really the field types themselves. So the larger field is really an adult league slow pitch softball field is what that's set up to be. And although it does get some use, the greater need in Groton is a full-size baseball field. It takes about the same amount of space, but has different amenities and a different layout. The smaller field is used as a youth baseball field. And again, from the needs assessment that we've done, what we really need is a high school softball field that, again, is pretty close to that same size. So we think that that's the recommendation is to switch the uses from those fields to a full-size baseball and a full-size softball for high school use. All right, public presentations really quick. We've done a bunch of them going back several years. I'm summarizing here kind of the input that we got at this last one from the fall of '24. One of the big things we talked about at that presentation was field surface and what the public was expecting. We asked, through the survey what people wanted, if it was natural grass, synthetic, or a combination. And those first two bar graphs on the left-hand side is about Clodchester, the two fields that are proposed for Clodchester. And what we saw was a total votes, because there are two fields, of 37 for grass and 23 for synthetic. However, when you looked at the individuals that voted, effectively half of them voted for synthetic and half of them voted for natural. This surprised us, and that's because there's two different fields. So some people voted for 2 synthetic, some people voted for 1 synthetic and 1 natural, and then some people voted for 2 natural turf fields. This was a bit of a surprise to the task force, as we were expecting more people to want natural surface, and to have effectively half of the people in the room wanting at least one, if not both, fields to be synthetic was an eye-opening experience for the task force and helped them change their mind going forward to propose to put in synthetic fields in that location to meet the need and demand. The next column over is the Fitch Stadium field. As you can see, highly, I should have said purple is a synthetic column. Definitely most of the people there wanted the Fitch Stadium to go to synthetic. We're having a new field down the hill from the stadium that we're calling the Fitch Multi-Use Field. Again, significant support for that to be synthetic. And then the practice area, which is where the football practice area is to the south of the main field. The vast majority of the people there wanted that to remain natural turf. We asked about if there was any concerns on surface concerns, especially from synthetic turf. These were just the quick summary of what we got back. No concerns about synthetic, but they liked the idea of using a green or an organic infill. We wanted to make sure there's proper drainage, ensure proper maintenance. There were some questions and concerns about infections from the synthetic turf. Because synthetic is not organic, you do have to wash it and clean it because things don't break down like they do on natural grass. We had questions about the disposal, which we did answer through that presentation, that they can now start to be recycled, the synthetic turf can. The health and environmental impacts, we did try to cover those, and we can talk about those again tonight, just to make sure everybody's is comfortable with that. And then obviously the cost was a concern as well that night. We asked for the public that was there to rank the order of importance. And although this looks like a really bad Sudoku puzzle, the one thing I'll point out to you is that Fitch Stadium Field, which is kind of the top of the lower half, 1 is the most important, 9 is the least important. 23 people there that night voted that the most important thing to do was to fix the Fitch Stadium Field first. And then we took all that data and we compiled it into a ranked bar chart, so it's a lot easier to comprehend. And this is how kind of the ranking order worked out. So the highest order of importance was the Fitch Stadium Field. Then came the Fitch Multi-Use Field, so that's a new field down the hill from the existing stadium. Then came the Clodchester Multi-Use Field number 1. Then came the Fitch Practice Area, the natural grass area to the south of the field. Then came a new softball field at Fitch, then Clodchester Multi-Use Field number 2, then the youth field at Clodchester, then Sutton Park Baseball, and then Sutton Park Softball. This again was a little bit, I'll say, eye-opening to the commission or the task force, just on how the public ranked those particular amenities, and that the softball and baseball were kind of at the lower end where we expected them to be potentially somewhere more towards the middle. Let's see. Thank you. Continuing along, we said most needed amenities. What does Groton really need? Lights, field house, the Fitch Stadium, ADA access, Title IX equality, and bathrooms were the biggest ones that are across the board people were looking for. We asked for what's the least needed amenity? Is there something we should get rid of? And hysterically, we got 16 responses, not a single consensus. So basically, it's kind of like, if I'm a baseball player, I didn't want a soccer. If I'm a soccer player, I didn't want a baseball. But there wasn't any sort of consensus about the least needed amenity that was presented. It definitely seemed that 32 people said they understand the need for this facility, so we were able to get through to the public the understanding of the need. We asked about supporting through funding the new facilities, and this was like a very high-level question because we didn't have numbers associated with anything. We just asked a blank question, would you be willing to fund it? 29 said yes, and we had 5 people say yes, but it's not an open checkbook, right? So yes with conditions, let me know what it's going to cost, and then we might have some more things to talk about, which is to be expected. The natural grass versus synthetic turf slides I'm going to run through. What we're going to talk about is durability, usability, performance, health, safety concerns, the maintenance and daily operations, renovation, replacement costs, and then eventually a cost comparison. So kind of a lot of data by the end. This isn't just our opinions. There's a whole bunch of resources that are used from all the different trade associations and universities that are kind of at the top of the game, as well as then professional sports and their requirements. So we kind of use them as guidelines as we're doing these assessments. First is durability, usability, and performance. There are a whole lot of tests, right? So when everybody thinks of an athletic field, a lot of the public just thinks it's grass and we can go out and play on it. But that's not really how athletic fields should be built. They are designed to be very standardized so that we get the same kind of ball reaction to the surface consistently depending on where you are, either within one field or going from one field to another. So there's a lot of requirements onto how to build a field. Here's some examples of that ball surface interaction and the different type of tests that are run on it, whether it's natural or synthetic turf, to be able to ensure you get the same player experience on that playing surface, regardless of what type of surface or where you're at. The natural grass, pros and cons. I kind of think these are kind of obvious at this point, but it's worth going through them. The pros of natural grass is that it's natural and it's organic. It has the ability to regenerate itself. Obviously, it can grow. It is a minimal heat effect thing, right? It is naturally transpiring, so it's giving off moisture. It sheds heat throughout the day as opposed to like absorbing a lot of heat and being hot. It has the ability to be a high-performing surface. So natural grass fields can be high-performing, but it takes a whole lot of maintenance to get them to that level and keep them at that level. The cons of natural grass, is, again, performance and usability is drastically affected by weather. If you're in a drought, it significantly impacts. If you're in a wet time, it significantly impacts because it's a natural surface with dirt obviously below it. It requires downtime in order to regenerate. So the proper way to maintain athletic fields is to give them a certain amount of rest after every single use. So you can't just use them endlessly. You can't put lights up and let kids on them all day, every day, and all night because it can't handle that much use. And then the con there is that the durability correlates to that use. The more use you put on that field, the more it's going to get abused, the more money you're going to have to spend to maintain it, or the faster it's going to wear out. In contrast, of course, synthetic turf, the pros there are that performance and usability is not affected by weather. You can use it in any type of weather. The durability is related more towards UV degradation than it is to usage, as long as it's, of course, properly maintained. And it can be very high-performing surface all of the time. The major con with synthetic turf is the heat effect. We know that it absorbs heat, especially the older fields that had a crumb rubber, that was a dark rubber, that was the infill. It absorbed a lot of heat, and the surfaces got extremely hot. That is being overcome now, depending on the different infill things that you can be used and different watering sources to cool the fields down. This is normally a bigger issue in, I'll say, more southern climates, right? In Florida, even in the mid-Atlantic, it's a bigger issue where you have a longer heat cycle and heat season. In Connecticut, where our sports are spring and fall, and you're mostly out, you're not playing sports in 90, 100-degree temperatures in the middle of summer, for the most part on our fields. So the heat is something that all coaches are aware of. They get training on it, especially at the high school, because they do have to deal with it on all the fields they travel to. And it's something we have to be aware of with any new fields we build.
One question.
Yep.
Is there a possibility of limiting the UV degradation?
Not yet. Right now, the UV degradation, there are plastics that are getting better at it, but because the plastics still have to be flexible enough to move enough, they still have some UV degradation. If you, and what I said in there, if you maintain it correctly, which means you kind of run a rake over it every so often and fluff up the grass and fluff up the infill, as long as the infill is to the highest point that it should be on that pile, you don't have much degradation at all. The problem becomes if you don't do that raking, the blades lay down flat, get smushed down, then you get a whole lot more UV degradation.
Just the blades are about 3 inches long.
Depending
and you only
on...
get about a half inch sticking up after you,
Correct.
after the fill.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. And it depends, there's almost there's a whole lot of surface pile types that we can get. All the different filament strands, how thick they are, if they're interwoven, if they're slip, so there's all sorts of things plus the infill that make up that issue. But for the most part, they're still subject to some UV degradation, is what we're telling people.
Can it simply be covered?
It could be covered.
Like a rain delay?
It'd be a rain delay. It'd be a very large cover that we haven't seen anybody try to attempt to do at this point.
I don't want to go off topic. Go
Nope,
ahead.
you're good. From a health and safety concerns, again, from natural and synthetic, the thing we worry most about is how players interact with the surface. And most of those injuries come from torsion, from movement, and from impact with the ground. So again, with all those different tests that we do to try to make sure that we get playability that's consistent from one to the other, really what we've been trying to do is match synthetic turf fields to get the exact same impact ratings as what you can get on a top quality natural grass field. But that's mostly what we're trying to work out from the field safety perspective, is to make sure that athletes playing on them don't get injured because of the surface itself. The one thing that has come up more recently is kind of chemical contamination from either natural grass and or from synthetic. We know field safety from a player's perspective, as I mentioned, the playing surface, the heat temperature. Heavy metals has been something that's been talked about a lot. And actually what we've found in that Phoenix lab report off on the right-hand side is from one of our partners on this project, Castle Booz, KBI. They did an analysis of a field last year I'm blanking on the school now, Northwest Catholic. They had an existing natural grass field turf, or natural grass field that they removed and put in a synthetic turf field. The water, they sampled water quality before and after. There were more heavy metals leaching from that field as a natural grass field than afterwards when it was a synthetic turf field. And that's because of the amount of pesticides, herbicides, and things that you use to treat natural grass. You end up with more runoff coming off of that than a synthetic turf field where you still have some of those same elements, but they're draining through the underside of the field, through the drainage structure, being treated as stormwater and then being discharged. So the heavy metal concern can be from either or. We're finding it right now that it's coming off of natural grass fields more than it is off of synthetic turf fields. With synthetic turf, you do have to, PFAS is the new thing everybody has now heard of. It's within plastics. It's still too early to be able to have any sort of scientific regulation as to what's acceptable, what's not acceptable, but it's something that the industry is monitoring. The one thing that I kind of come back to is how these fields are regulated, both from Connecticut Department of Health and Department of Education. And what is telling to me from a health safety of the player perspective is right now Board of the Health and Education have significant restrictions on natural grass fields, both how you can fertilize them and how you can maintain them. And right now they have no restrictions on synthetic turf, right? So at this point, they're saying there's no health risk with synthetic, but there is health risk, potential health risks with natural, and so therefore we have to regulate that more. That could change in the future, but right now that's how everything is going through. The other thing that came out from the public was concerns over microplastics. Again, a very new kind of technology. There is no standards yet as to what's acceptable or not acceptable. We just know that microplastics are now ubiquitous and they're kind of everywhere. We don't want to make them worse, but we have to acknowledge their presence. We are doing a microplastic study right now as part of this project on the existing field at the middle school, where we're sampling water that's coming out of the underside of the drainage of the synthetic turf field. We're sampling it down the hill as part of the treatment train. We're sampling it then down in Fort Hill Brook, so we can see what microplastics look like in all of those places, and then we're comparing that to a water sample from a tap water at the middle school to see where the microplastics all lay. I'm going to warn you a little bit in that we don't know what those results will look like yet. We don't even know how to interpret the results on some level because there are no standards yet. And the way that the report will come back is like, there's this many pieces of microplastic at this size level within the water column. And so it'll take some interpretation, but we're at least looking into it to see how much microplastic might be leaching from that field and then getting in through the whole surface. And obviously microplastics come in all through the entire treatment train. All of the drainage structures within the new middle school, all the piping is plastic. The drainage structures, the infiltrating chambers underneath the parking lots are plastic. All of the the rubber coming off the wheels in the parking lot is considered microplastics. That's going into the drainage and going down the hill. So all of those contribute to microplastic contamination. So we're just looking into what's the real kind of status quo of Groton right now. And hopefully that gives us some sort of information as we go forward.
Quick question.
Yep.
You're using the tap water from the middle school as your benchmark?
We're using that as effectively, it's clean tap water, right? And we're taking it from the same source. So all the other sources are coming from on that site, so we felt it was worth taking tap water at the same place.
Okay, I was just thinking, wouldn't a better benchmark be just upstream from where the discharge is?
We can do that as well, but we're really trying to sample the whole way down the stream, or down the treatment train, if you will, to see any impact. And then compare it to tap water. We all imagine tap water is like perfectly clean, and so, but we know that there's components that get through it as well.
Understood.
All right. Maintenance daily operations. This is not new for any of us that have yards to mow, but natural grass, obviously weekly you have to do your mowing, your watering, and the lining and markings. And there's actually quite a bit of time involved in lining and marking. Seasonally, you need to do seeding and sometimes more significant repair and sodding, patching. Annually, you got to do your aeration and dethatching, and then every 4 to 5 years, you got to do more significant repairs with decompaction, top dressing, and larger reseedings. So there is a significant amount of maintenance that goes into natural grass fields. Synthetic turf fields has significantly less maintenance. Weekly, it's just a matter of kind of distributing the infill, so that infill, whether it's organic or crumb rubber, it moves around in those high-use areas. So by the goals, typically they kind of get moved around. You just want to rake it back and forth and make sure those high-use areas are evenly distributed. Seasonally, you do a sweeping and a grooming, which is the picture on the field or on the screen. You just run this machine over it, you sweep off the leaves, and you basically fluff up the pile again. Annually, if there's any repairs, if a seam came unglued or if there's a stripe that needs to be reapplied. And then every 5 to 6 years, about halfway through the life cycle, it's recommended to do a infill replenishment. They just did that, I believe, over the summer at the middle school field. And then right now, it's recommended that you do a surface replacement every 10 to 15 years. What we're seeing around us right now is every field has gone longer than 10 years. Most of them are definitely being replaced by the time they get to that 15-year time limit.
Quick question, Mayor.
Go ahead.
How much, the machine that you're showing on there?
Yep.
Is that a machine that we own, and how much, or is it, would we be needing the machine and the groomer behind it, or just the groomer piece behind it?
Right now, you already have a groomer piece for the field at the middle school.
Thank you.
So we're recommending probably using a similar type of field so we don't need a different piece of equipment. The one thing I will say about renovations and replacement, especially when it comes to synthetic turf, there's a significant cost to build the field to begin with, because you have to put in all the drainage, the gravel, the underlayers, the containment curbs and fencing. The replacement is simply just rolling up the carpet, rolling out new carpet and new infill. So it's significantly less expensive to just do that replacement every 10 to 15 years. I'm going to run through this life cycle cost comparison. This is the whole sheet. The next 4 slides kind of break down each of those areas. So the first is kind of the initial costs. The second piece will be the annual costs. Then I'll include the surface repair and replacement, and then finally the life cycle cost and use. So you can kind of see a per hour and a per use cost. Zooming in those initial costs, if you look there, starting all the way on the left-hand column is the expense, and then it's natural grass field, natural grass organic, synthetic turf, a different synthetic turf with regular infill, and then the final all the way to the right is synthetic turf with organic infill. So without going through all of them, the general price for a normal size field, for a natural grass field is about $690,000. For a natural grass and organic, it's about $712,000. When you go to a synthetic turf field, it's about $1.3. And when you go to a synthetic turf field with an organic infill, it's about $1.5 million. As we get into the annual costs, that top column, from natural grass, obviously you have maintenance costs, fertilizer, herbicide, aeration, overseeding annually, and you have irrigation, and you have the field line painting. So over the 15-year life cycle, for natural grass, that adds up between $650,000 to $810,000 worth of maintenance on the natural grass fields. On the 2 normal synthetic fields, you have effectively none of those costs. On the organic synthetic field, we are showing a $2,500 a year for irrigating that if you want to have a cooler infield. So $37,000 over the years. Surface repairs and replacement. For the 2 grass fields, you have about $175,000 to $210,000 for that heavier lift cleaning every 5 to 10 years. For the synthetic, for the 2 normal synthetic fields, it's about $500,000. That again is just that replacement of the carpet after 10 to 15 years. And then synthetic with organic is about $600,000. So we're including in this comparison the installation of the synthetic field and a full replacement of it at 10 to 15 years in the comparison for costs.
Quick question. What is the middle school field out of these?
It is the furthest to the right. It is synthetic with organic in it.
Thank you.
So then when we get to the total life cycle cost over a 15-year time period, for a natural grass field, you're at about 1.5 million. For the natural grass organic, you're 1.7 million. For the two synthetics, you're at 1.8, 1.9 million. And for the synthetic with organic infill, you're at about 2.2. That's your total cost over a 15-year life cycle with one full replacement of the turf. Where synthetic, yep,
Just a question, is this per field?
this is per field. This is per average sized field, so that 87,000 square foot average field.
So if we had 10 fields, it would be $100,000. I mean, it'd be $1 million.
Yep.
And just a second question, organic infill with pad and block fill, is it organic infill like has a synthetic outer and then like a natural field in the middle?
So
Just what's
the
difference?
organic infill, great question, I should have explained that better. So it's a synthetic turf, all the fibers are synthetic turf. And then what you put in between the filaments is what we call the infill, right? And so historically, that was crumb rubber. It was broken up tires and sometimes new
That little
versions of
black,
rubber.
those little black balls.
Little
that are
black
always
balls.
going all over the place.
That's what holds all the filaments up vertically and gives you the cushion and allows it to feel like grass. Historically, that's always been some sort of a synthetic subject like rubber. In the last 5-10 years, they've come out with organic infill, which is what we have at the middle school. The middle school's got cork in it, so it's an organic substance. There's a couple of different types of those organic infills now. There's different husks being used, coconut husk and things like that, that you can use as that infill. It's a little more expensive and it requires a little bit more maintenance, but that's what was put in at the middle school, was that organic infill.
And the Brock infill, what is that?
The Brock and the SBR are just two standard typical synthetic infills. So the more typical infill, the
Like rubber.
crumb rubber, yeah.
Okay.
And the resilient pad we've shown on both, you don't necessarily always need it. It depends again on some of the performance specs we're trying to get out of it. But we put it in here for our cost comparison. And that typically goes just underneath the synthetic turf itself. And then where it really pays off, I'll say, is the cost per use. So as you can see there, the natural grass, two natural grass fields, you get about 600 hours a year out of a natural grass field. A synthetic turf field, you get about 1,500 hours. So more than double, not quite triple the amount of use out of a synthetic turf field. So the number of events obviously goes up. So you can host about 200 events on a natural grass field, whereas you can host 500 events on a synthetic turf field. When you do the math and come out with what's the cost per event, on the natural grass fields, it's between $500 and $570 per use. On the synthetic turf fields, it's between $245 to $300 per use. So because you get significantly more use, the cost per use obviously comes down.
Cover that with ticket prices.
Potentially cover that with ticket prices. All right, so now to quickly go through the plans. This is Fitch High School. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit. I will start up by the high school, kind of between the high school and the existing baseball field. We have new ADA parking that actually meets the ADA requirements. We have new accessible landings and walkways. There's a small restroom building up there because right now there is no exterior restroom at Fitch High School, and often in the summer or even after hours, the school is closed and all of the officials and spectators and athletes need a place to be able to go. So there's a bathroom there that would serve baseball, tennis, and then the new softball field. So just to the north of that area, kind of tucked into the corner of the high school, is a proposed new softball field. That's an area where there used to be a wing of the high school there that was demolished during one of the last renovation projects. Right now, it's just a large sloping lawn. If you've dropped your kids off there, that's kind of like the parent drop-off area, the lot you cycle through. I'll note that there's kind of two lanes there currently. We would displace one of those lanes of circulation and parking with the field in order to get the size right. However, overall, because we can make more parking up down the hill with some different drop-off areas, we actually increase total amount of parking available on campus instead of losing any parking spaces. But I'll note that we are proposing that as a synthetic turf field. We're showing the bullpens, the dugouts, batting cages, the spectator area, and it's kind of, we have to work the grading a little bit there, so the home plate area is dug down into the ground a little bit, recessed down in, so you'll have some spectator kind of on a slope up towards the school, and then the outfield will be raised up out of the existing ground higher than the parking lot that it's running beside. We then do some new ADA accessible paths from that upper level down and around the existing tennis courts. We have a new drop-off area with accessible parking and parking for coaches and officials down by the field house. We're then showing an addition to the field house. This was taken from a study that the Board of Ed did a couple years ago when they just looked at square footages, how much room do they need in order to do a renovation to it. So we're not doing a tear down and complete replacement, but just a renovation of the existing and the significant addition next to it in order to get all the interior amenities that we need for the field house. We have a new gateway that comes kind of into from the parking area, the arrival area for all guests coming in. We have public restrooms to either side of that gateway, new concession buildings so that you'll have a big sense of arrival when you come into the facility. And then obviously a whole new track field complex, an 8-lane track as opposed to the 6-lane that's currently there, shaped to be able to accommodate all the field sports on the new turf on the inside. We have shifted what was away and home bleachers to just all one large bleacher set on the east side of the school. Again, from a cost comparison perspective, it was cheaper to do one larger set of bleachers than trying to do two. We also had some significant space issues where we need to be able to, or we're constrained on that western edge and couldn't fit a second set of bleachers. The jumping areas have been moved around so that they can fit within the track down there to below for long jump. High jump is up closer to the field house, and we have a new storage building up there as well, so that all those pads are close to the building they're coming and going from kind of on a daily and seasonal use. Down to the south of all of that, the practice area for football has been enlarged, so it's actually a full width for the football field. All the throwing areas now have a permanent home with permanent infrastructure off of that field surface. They're still throwing onto the field surface in some situations, which is normal and expected, but the throwing areas themselves are outside of it so we can have the permanent structures. I'll then say that new multi-use practice area is down the hill from the existing complex. It's about a 30-foot grade drop from the field surface of the existing field down to that practice area. And in order for us to level that off, we have a, again, full-size synthetic turf field there capable of hosting all field sports. We do have bleachers, lights, scoreboard, and things like that, so it is possible to run, say, a JV game there at the same time a varsity game might be going on at the main field. Yep.
Question, I'm looking at the picture here, and you have all the lines on this field for all the
Correct.
all the sports.
Yeah.
And the synthetic field, they're all going to be sewn into the carpet.
Potentially.
Is that not confusing?
Well, so that's
Players?
one of the things we have talked about, and one of the things we would want to talk about with, athletics is when we get to that point, exactly what lines are on there, what color are all those different lines, and we move things around to get some shared lines. So like in this case, we're still showing soccer and women's lacrosse having both of their own lines, but they can share lines on the outside lines. And so there's things like that that we can get away with the duplication. We also sometimes recommend, depending on how it's going to be used and what the sport is, you can also do temporary paint seasonally for certain lines. So if there's a sport that is not as prevalent as another sport, you could maybe do that one as a painted line and not a sewn-in line. I would think that on that main championship field, you're going to have men's and women's lacrosse, you're going to have soccer, you're going to have football, and you're going to have field hockey, right? And that's typical of pretty much every high school in Connecticut right now to have all those lines on it. Football becomes the one that has a whole lot of extra lines. On the practice field, we haven't shown it there. It's something that we can talk about. Should it get added on? Is it painted on temporarily? And things like that.
Question.
Yep.
The bleachers, I mean, this might be more fine detail, and if it is, we can, I can just ask it at another time. Is this any consideration of storage underneath? Because that's always, some of the travel things that we've done with like band, track, and night A's, like have, some of the well-done bleachers have, like that, it's not that just empty space?
Yep. Normally, I'd say yes. In this case, we've pushed the bleachers back quite a ways, so that right now, the bleachers are sitting on level ground with a path behind them that you can drive like a golf cart around it, in which case that would be a great opportunity to build a building under the bleachers. In order to get everything to fit within the grading, we've pushed the whole field closer to the high school, so the bleachers are actually built onto the slope that goes up to tennis courts, so there's no level ground under the bleachers to be able to build that.
My last question is, some of the bleachers had like, you enter the bleachers from that higher altitude because it's built into like the, you know, into the hill.
Yep.
I've seen, and some people who need ABA compliance could, you know, they actually come right from the top. Like, I know like Killingly, like when you come out, you're like right, you're at the highest point of the bleachers. Others had elevators to go up and down, and some just a ramp to kind of go up into the front. What do you envision with this layout?
Excellent question. So for the public, we expect all ADA access at this point to be from the bottom and ramps up to it. We do show ADA access from the tennis court elevation to the press box. So the press box is one of those things that you should make ADA compliant, so that if you have announcers or coaches or others, and it's normally the hardest to get ADA compliance because it's at the top of the bleachers. But here we can make it where with a small ramp, we can get from grade to the press box and make it ADA accessible. It's possible you could allow the public to use that too, so they could view from above. It becomes a bit of a ticketing challenge to have 2 points of egress or ingress, you know, for the high schools. But it's possible to be used that way. Right now, we're recommending that it really just be kind of press box access from above and public access from below.
And then water stations, is this, I mean, when looking at this, I just think, because if you're doing piping and stuff and grading, it's now the time. And with that being, you know, for an old person, it's far left. You're younger, but you know, we're seeing, you talked about the heat, right? And,
Yep.
you know, we're not getting any cooler here. You know, I know the summers are getting to be hotter. Are there any water stations on these lower fields, you know, that we're considering?
At all of them, yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, jump into Claude Chester. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit for you. Claude Chester, many of you have probably seen a plan very similar to this. This has been a plan that we've been working on for a while. 2 full synthetic turf fields, a youth practice field that would be natural grass, and then the parking area as well as a covered area in the center that could be used for community events that overlooks the natural grass practice area. We have a field house off to that right-hand side that's basically concessions and storage and bathrooms, and a playscape. I will note the subtle changes we've made from talking to the public is we've lengthened both of those 2 synthetic fields. Initially, we thought that youth football was playing on an 80-yard field, which is what they had been playing on up until this year, and now they're moving to a 100-yard field. So we lengthened both of those proposed fields to be able to accommodate full 100-yard fields. That meant our parking area got shifted and squatted, and we made some planimetric changes, but got it all to fit.
Just a quick question. In our packets, on the Fitch, we have pages 61 and 62, and on the Claude Chester, we have 63 and 64. They look pretty much identical, other than,
I'm just zooming in.
you just zoomed in a little bit,
Yep.
just shifted around, okay.
Yep.
There's nothing, there's no other
It's really
difference
for you
there.
on here, and no difference on your.
Okay.
handout. Correct. We're showing here full walking track around everything, street trees, new street parallel parking all along the edge, along with pedestrian lighting, things like that. All the enhancements to go with each field, from lighting, scoreboards, benchers, bleachers. And then speaking of that, as we were talking about it, and as the task force opted to move to synthetic turf fields for both of these, the idea of being able to put a youth baseball field overlaid on one of the fields came up as an option. And so we're showing that here on that right-hand side field, where we're not putting in a permanent infill, we're not putting in a pitching mound and things like that. But knowing that baseball and softball, for that matter, end up practicing in a season where they can get rained out quite a bit, having potential access to a turf field could be good for practice. You wouldn't hold games here or anything like that, but it could be an ability to use this synthetic turf field for them to be able to get on the field during inclement weather as well. We've been able to do that by basically, we have a ball net that runs along that north boundary the entire way. And we'd use that ball net on the north end to be basically kind of the backstop for that side, for the left field. And then we'd turn the ball net and come towards the south, and that'd be the backstop on that first base side, if you will.
I just one question. Just from my many years of sitting down at that not-so-great field that
Yep.
we talked about, that with youth football, out of nowhere, we're just sitting, parents would sit, I guess, where that middle section is there now.
Correct. Yep.
And we would be facing, the road there, and a car just, no notice, right through the fence. Because that is a busy road.
Yep.
So I'm assuming, how do you envision, how far off is that from the field, from the play? And what type of barrier are you envisioning on that, to prevent a car that slides or anything that could just, literally, it just came right on, and luckily no one was injured. I mean, everybody moved pretty quickly,
Yep.
but the car made it all the way onto the middle of the field.
Okay, so right now, the edge of field is about 50 feet from the roadway. We would expect that, hopefully that shouldn't happen, obviously. But part of it is by putting parallel parking there, I would expect that parents will probably park in those parallel spots if they're coming to take their kid to practice. Parallel parked cars are a great deterrent from keeping people from leaving the roadway, even if they're slipping in snow or something like that. We then would have a curb, we would then have a wooden guardrail, and then you have 2 rows of trees that you'd have to make it through all of that before you get to the field surface itself. So we could look at it, but I would expect it to be a very difficult thing for someone to do accidentally.
It definitely, with what you're proposing, it sounds it's going to be much wider than what's there now.
Correct.
Because the kids would be running right up to the fence
Right up to the
line and
fence.
along the fence line and practicing up there. So this would actually give a greater buffer, actually.
Correct.
In a sense. Thank
Yep.
you. Yeah.
And several things that you'd have to go through in order to get
Perfect.
to the field, whereas right now it's a small chain link fence.
So my question
Thank
is, you're moving that current fence line inward in order
Yes.
to add those parking spaces?
Yes.
Because the road's already set, correct?
Correct, yeah, we're not moving the road. We would change the edge of the curb in order to get parallel parking. That, of course, would require DOT approval. But then everything inboard of that, the 2 trees, the wooden guardrail fence and all that is what we'd put on the inside. All right, Sutton Park. As I mentioned, the fields are in fairly decent shape. We just need to basically build them for the amenities that we need. We're recommending this to be full-size baseball and full-size softball for high school. So this basically allows then the high school to have, we're looking at it like it's on campus because it's just down the bottom of the hill from Fitch. With the new field down the hill from Fitch and the road to it, it's a small path to get down to the bridge that Grasso Tech has that goes over Fort Hill Brook, and then you're right here at Sutton Park. So it's a pretty simple walking path to actually get there from the high school. So you could have varsity practicing at the high school and JV practicing down here, which is a lot closer together than right now where we're busing them completely all across town. And same thing with softball, where you have the main softball field up close to the high school and a secondary softball field down here at Sutton Park. And the trail to get there, all new parking, all the amenities for both fields, meaning dugouts, batting cages, bullpens, bleachers, press boxes. Zooming in here a little bit, the one thing we did hear from youth baseball that they would really like to have is the ability to have an indoor facility at some point in the future. And not a large one, but one large enough to be able to, catch and throw and run some drills in the winter or during inclement weather. So that dashed area where the number 13 is, that's a placeholder for the size of building that they would be looking for. We kind of just moved the bathroom and concessions building around, moved some of those amenities between the fields around to be able to accommodate a building of that size at some point in the future. We're proposing right now that that would be built by others. If baseball needs it, for youth baseball needs it, they could build it down the road, but we can accommodate it now. Does that make sense? Okay. Costs, which is what everybody definitely is worried about. Jumping right into it, so the track and field stadium, we've lumped everything in there from track, the synthetic turf, the bleachers, the concessions, the restrooms, the storage buildings, all the throwing equipment, all the new assets. That's about 12.6, 12.652 for all of that. The area that we're calling site amenities is kind of grayed out in that white, so that's all of the grading, the parking lots, the sidewalks, the ADA access, all of the associated improvements needed to make everything else in the middle work. That's about 6.2 million. The restroom building right there is 323,000. The new softball field is about a little over 2.8 million. The field house renovations is about 8.8 million. And then the new multi-use field down the hill is about 6.4 million. So all in for Fitch, that's about $37.2 million of work that is drastically needed, has been needed probably for several decades. And that's what we're proposing going forward. For Claude Chester, the two multi-use fields and all the amenities that go with them come in at about 6.3 million. The field house is about 882,000. The demolition of the existing school building that's there is a little over 2 million. And then again, the site amenities, all the parking lots, the grading, the plantings, the sidewalks, the trails, the playground is about 3.7 million. So that comes in at just over $13 million for Claude Chester.
If those multi-use fields were grass, how would that change that number?
It would lessen it by about $1 million total. So again, yeah, 12.9 total. And then at Sutton Park, the baseball field, and again, these are both natural grass fields. Baseball is about just under 2.8 million. Softball's about 1.7 million. That restroom concession building, a little over 400,000. And then all of the site amenity work is about 1.5 million for a total of about $6.4 million of work. What we then did was, at the last public meeting, we said, that sounds like a lot. That's about $56 million of total work between all three of them. What does that mean to the average taxpayer? And I will say these numbers are our numbers calculated through. I haven't gone through finance. They don't include financing and bonding fees and some of those other things that we know, so that the number will go up, but we're trying to get a ballpark. So if you were to say, yes, we want to go forward with all the improvements for all three facilities, it's $56.5 million. That's about a 2% tax increase on an annual basis if you bonded this and funded it over 20 years, which for the average homeowner at a $350,000 valuation of the home, that's about $186 a year for those 20 years. If you broke that down individually, Sutton Park, again, at 6.4 million is about a 0.2% increase, or $21 a year. Claude Chester at $13 million is about a 0.4% increase, or $43 a year. And then Fitch at $37 million is about a 1.3% increase and $122 a year currently. And I think, yes, that's the,
I just have a point of clarification. The $186 per year for the family tax assessed household, you said 350,000?
correct,
That's for everything we saw tonight?
correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I know. Thank
Yeah.
you.
All right. Mr. Burt.
I'd like to see some detail in the numbers sometime. Just looking at, kind of a thumbnail look at what we're paying now on bonding and for our issuances. I'd expect about a $6 million payment a year that we would pay very roughly, which would be, in 1 mil is is 4,680,000. I'd say it's about 1.28 mils is a very rough number. If you looked at what the average assessed value was, I would have guessed more like 320, but again,
Okay.
that's very rough, yeah.
Yep, so, yeah, high level, trying to get us in the ballpark. Is it a massive increase, and what's the approximate value?
Counselor Jones, do you want to take, we're going to open this up for discussion.
Before we do that, Jen, just wanted to have Mr. Burke, go back through those numbers again? What was the number you said? 320 per household, not
320.
186?
Per household.
For average assessed value. And that's going back to, we used for this budget, this current year back at, almost a year ago now, 200, just slightly over 250,000 was the average assessed value in town. It's probably gone up since then. And I'm just using the ballpark of what we're paying now. We have close to 79 million in debt right now. We're paying about 8.4 million per year. And you never know until you go out, for one thing. They could be front-loaded, they could be organized different ways. So this is just using what we're paying now. So if you looked at that, you're probably talking about a $6 million debt each year payment, just very, very roughly again. 1 mil is just slightly under 4.7 million. So you're somewhere around 1.28 mils. And then the math is 200, if you use the old assessed value, 250,300 divided by 1,000 times it by the 1.28 mils, that would be $320 and change.
Okay.
Again, and that assessed value is probably up from then, just kind of a rough idea.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we're going to open this up to questions. Counselor Bordelon.
Thank you. I just want to thank you for the presentation. I know this is something that started with a bunch of parents that said, hey, like, what is going on in our town? What is wrong with our fields? And that is definitely something I, was a part of as well. And then, people were reaching out and said, how do we do this? And I just, it's been a 4-year and definitely been a part of it and heard a lot of the concerns. Personally, for me, I'm flabbergasted that the high school amenities have not been handled and addressed by the Board of Education because they have a finance and facilities and they should have been spearheading these designs and saying, hey, we need this. But here we are. As a person who graduated from Fitch High School in 1998, I had a son graduate in 2021, one graduate in 2024, stayed here to raise my family and give them equal access to the amenities and things that I loved. And it's so sad to me that none of my children got to see any improvements of our athletic fields, sports and we say sports, but I also want to say marching band. As a son who was an avid marching band, we were embarrassed when we would go to other places and then we'd invite people back to see our field. As a person who's struggled with breast cancer, I'm very open about it, our amenities for our bathrooms, some sporting events, the crappy field house or concession stand that had lead water in it at one point, and I had asked for it to be tested. The bathrooms there sometimes are locked at events, and the outhouse, as you showed, is the only thing. And it's not always an ABA compliant outhouse, which a person with a disability could get in an emergency. We should be embarrassed. Parents can't get down to the fields because of their disabilities, because of the way it's hilly and the walk can't get down, they can't get a car down there. We should be embarrassed. This sitting for as long as it has, we put a cost value on it, but every other town, no school in southeastern Connecticut, and I might be wrong, if you can correct me at any point, has a field or stadium in the condition as ours.
That's true.
When you start branching off into our ECC, we still look like an eyesore. We can do better here. We are financially more off better than many of the other communities that have done something with their fields, and yet ours have sat here. Other communities that financially are struggling to make other things have found a way to make this a priority. And so, again, we're tasked with it now, here it is, and we're inheriting the problem, but we need to move forward. And I do think Fitch High School is a priority, and we need to say that. We put our money into IB, AP, all these other college readiness, and our athletic fields don't match what we say we bring to the table. So I just want to thank you, because I'm going to run out of time, and I'll take my second turn after. I'm fully on board. We can put a cost analysis on this, but if we keep kicking the can down the road, we will have nothing eventually, and that's where we're at. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else have questions? Comments? Councilor McBride.
Thank you. I just had a question. I reached out to Town Manager Burke today because my overriding question was more the cost and can we afford this and what are we doing? I'm in full support of all this, and this is a terrific analysis and presentation, so thank you. I'm just wondering from the cost perspective, and Town Manager Burke, correct me if I'm wrong, but what you had sent out today said our current policy at the town would only allow us to go into debt an additional $5 million at this current time?
Hold on, let me look back at it.
It was from the email you sent out.
Yeah,
I think
I
the
think
council
it
received
was
it.
not quite so, let me just look at that.
Because if that is the case, my question would be, we're capped out unless we would have to change the policy.
For the current budget, under the current policy, now that's our policy, not state rules.
Understood.
It could be adjusted. And our budget will go up, and of course, that 10% will go up also.
What was the number? I'm sorry.
Well, the policy says you have a debt limit of 10% of the expenditure budget. We're paying, D had said 10.6. It depends on which year you're looking at, but just say around there. But so 155 million, 235,000 budget, you're talking 15.5 million for the, total allowed. So maybe 6 or 7 million. But again, the state's limit is much higher than what our limit is.
Understood. So I'm just saying that's a constraint that we have. This council needs to consider changing that policy, or we're limited to, 6 or 7 million, even with the increases. So that's my first concern. But I did have a couple of questions.
Is
too.
that, let me just interrupt. Is it our policy or is it the charter?
Policy, not charter.
It's policy.
Policy.
Okay, thank you.
Question on the surveys. How many people participate in the surveys?
On average, most of the times, we had anywhere from 30 to 50 people at most of the meetings. The only glaringly different one was the last one just a couple of weeks ago where we literally had a handful. But for the most part, it's always been in that minimum of 30, upwards of 50, depending on which one.
Thank you. Question on synthetic. I'm not, I don't know where I stand in terms of synthetic versus natural, but I was wondering if you had any additional information regarding the injuries and injury prones on synthetic, because my limited understanding is that more facilities are going towards natural because there's more injuries occurring because of synthetics.
I would say that's in the professional sports. So youth-wise, we haven't seen anybody reverting back to natural from synthetic. If most people are still going from natural to synthetic. Professional sports, especially football, has, within the last couple of years, there's been professional athletes that have complained about synthetic and strains and things like that on them. And I would put them in a different category. Most of them spend hundreds of thousands of dollars a year on their bodies to maintain professional status, and it's just a different caliber of athlete doing higher caliber things than most of our youth athletes. So we haven't seen at the youth level proliferation of injuries that greatly exceeds natural grass. And we did talk to the athletic director about it too, just here locally to see on the new turf field, has there been more injuries than on any of the grass fields? And to his knowledge, there hadn't been. He was going to look into see if there was some data available locally, but for the most part, it hasn't been an issue.
Okay, thank you. On page 59, when you do the total, I think it's a total cost comparison. I just was questioning because I know from my experience, I see cost for more infill on an annual basis every few years. So that 10, 37,000 and 60,000, that's the total cost of infill for the synthetic turfs for 15 years?
Including the replacement, yes. Well, up until the 15 years when a whole new synthetic infill goes in.
But that's the total for, okay, because sometimes I'm seeing that cost every year be for infill. Maybe they're over it.
And it depends on who's doing it, like that annual maintenance would be, the town is buying a handful of bags of material and they're putting it in themselves. Normally that 5-year, 6-year is when, which was Groton went through this past year, where you're bringing in pallets of material, you're hiring the crew to come in and spread it over the course of a day.
Okay, I just would wonder if that number was light as a result of that, because it looks small. And then my question on the last line, new synthetic turf surface, is that like, are you saying in year 15, you're replacing the turf and that's included in your total cost number?
Correct, yeah, so we're including, basically in that comparison, a full brand-new turf field plus a full replacement of that turf 15 years down the
So
road.
it's like new on year 15, or
Correct.
16, whatever.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yep.
I just had a question on the parallel parking at Claude Chester.
Yep.
That's got DOT approval, it just
Oh, no.
seems, okay, because that road's pretty busy to get.
Yeah.
I can't imagine parallel parking unless it's an inlet.
It would require DOT approval, for sure. It's something that we advocate for all the time as a good traffic calming measure. We see a lot of high-speed traffic there. It's something that we would advocate for and ask for. Obviously, it has to go through planning, it has to go through 824. Town would have to support it. At this point, it's a recommendation, and then we'd have to go through DOT to get that approved as well.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, I appreciate it.
Mr. Burt, you had something to add?
Sure. First, I do want to say I love the plan. I think it's great, and I especially think the high school is a priority. You know, we have a little bit of time where we need to see what impacts federal and state changes might have on our budget, so we're not in a position, I don't think, to make a decision for a while anyways. I was going to have our financial advisors look at the HVAC, for bond scenarios, so we have to keep that in mind also, potential costs on HVAC. But I could have them do some separate scenarios, just for high school, for all this, and we can get a little bit better real numbers to the bonding, which will, take a couple months. We have some time anyways, so.
Councilor Pacino?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through the mayor. Earlier in your presentation, you mentioned something about aquatics. Where did that enter and exit the conversation?
It entered during, it's probably 2022 timeframe, when we were, the council was interested in what Claude Chester should be, and we did a public exercise to go through that. At that point, the aquatic center rose to the top pretty significantly, and it was a very big cost. And so then it was Athletic Fields Task Force took that and said, okay, the public wanted 2 athletic fields and an aquatic center. So we held that area for that potential aquatic center, which is where that youth field is, kind of next to the parking area. But the task force took the initiative that it's their task just to go forward with athletic fields and not try to push forward with the full aquatic center. And correct me, Mark, if I'm wrong, but I believe you put in some study money in a budget for the aquatic center that didn't make it through the budget cycle, so that's where it exited.
Right, that's correct. For the last 2 budget years, I've proposed a feasibility study. People say, oh, no, we can't afford an aquatic center. We don't even know what we're talking about as far as what's in the facility, and we don't have any sense of what it would cost and what kind of revenue it would generate. I will take this opportunity to plug that I have put money again in for this fiscal year, and the definition of insanity, you keep doing something and expect a different result. If it gets cuts this year, I'm not going to bother putting in the feasibility study moving forward.
And one more question on that, kind of the same topic, different sport topic. Hockey, did you think of, was a ice skating rink ever brought up?
An actual ice skating rink, flooded ice skating rink, was never brought up through the public presentations or in public input. I know the roller hockey rink that was just resurfaced and redone was heavily supported by the public, but nobody was giving us the impression they needed more.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Jones?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you both for this is terrific amount of work, and I know you've spent a ton of work on this, and we've seen different presentations over the years. All of the numbers in here are for synthetic fields. Is that correct?
I would say all of our first synthetic except for the youth field at Claude Chester and the 2 fields at Sutton Park. Both baseball and softball at Sutton Park are natural grass fields.
I guess my concern is somewhat is I'm not a fan of synthetic fields. Groton made a commitment a number of years ago on reducing plastic. We were successful, and the town should be commended for that. And here we're covering acres of land with plastic. So I'm not a big fan of that. Also, we're a coastal community, and this has lots of little bits of pieces of plastic that eventually break off and go downstream. This is all up on a hill, goes downstream and into the water supply. So for a variety of reasons and the heat reasons and all the other ones. I think either Stonington or North Stonington replaced a field recently, I think with a natural field. I can't remember.
No,
which one.
actually, there was an incorrect article in the paper that
Was that
said
incorrect?
Stonington was going to replace one with natural, but it really was, they were replacing their synthetic turf field with a new synthetic turf field because it's been 15 years, so they're putting in a new one. And we're actually helping them design a second synthetic turf field at the high school because they also need more field space.
I mean, I know we get way more use out of the synthetic field, but in terms of, we're trying to be resilient and a coastal community and respect all of that, I think it's
Yep.
worth looking at natural, so.
And I'll just say, I totally agree with you, like conceptually, right? Like, we're trying to avoid plastics as much as possible. This is one of those uses where it does seem to make sense depending on the person and place and things. You know, some people were trying to call it a single-use plastic, but it's really a 15-year use plastic by thousands of individuals. You know, and to me, I look at the synthetic turf is equal to an athlete's potential success as the plastic laptop that we give the kids in school, right? If they don't have that plastic thing with heavy metals and all sorts of bad things in it to carry around all day long, their academics are significantly impaired. The same can be true for athletics. The nice thing of the synthetic turf field is what goes in when that kid is in kindergarten will still be there after they graduate, and I doubt that's the same for the MacBook and the computer that we give them in
But we're
kindergarten.
not taking our MacBooks and grinding them on the ground and.
Agreed, but they are touching and holding and putting food and things, you know.
So my other concern is really the shock that went across the bow today with the new administration.
Yeah.
And even though that may be paused for a moment, I think we're well aware of where they want to go with it, and whether they take a month or 2 years to do this and budget stuff. They're looking at significantly reducing the amount of money coming out of the federal government, and that's directly going to impact our town. So I'm quite concerned about just how are we going to handle that and adding more debt, which we may end up having to do more things as services get, and money gets pulled away. So I'd be interested to see, and I think it's worth taking some time to see where they settle out in, because this is a fairly substantial amount of money, $56 million. Even just doing one of these is fairly substantial. And not wanting to overburden taxpayers who could potentially be overburdened with a lot of other expenses that we're not going to be able to afford. So
I would agree, and I agree with the status of the country as well, but what I'd also caution you on a little bit too is at least the status of the high school and the facilities that are there. There is a substantial liability, in my opinion, on the town, right? And it's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when and how long are you able to kick that can down the road before there's a lawsuit that costs you a whole lot more than this total project we're looking at right now. So there's just substantial liability there. I think that project for sure needs to go forward sooner than later. I understand there's concerns and all that. There is possibilities to get some of this funded through school grant projects. We haven't included any of that for discussion's sake, just because we don't even want to open that can, not knowing where things are going. But that's a possibility potentially as well, speaking of grant funding.
so we'll see where grant money
Yes.
goes in the future here. So I just, I'm trying to look at the whole town, looking at all residents paying their taxes and being able to afford to live here and not wanting to overburden them. I understand that we have facilities that are old and aren't working very well, but I think we have to balance, and we just need some time to see where that's going to shake out. We may not have access to any funds, so that's just my thought on it. Other than that, I think you did, it's a tremendous amount of work and you put a lot into it. I think I would like to see on your numbers the fields that are synthetic, also a grass field option.
Sure.
So we have those numbers too. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to take my turn right now, real quick. Although we can see some things happening up at the Capitol that we're a little nervous with right now, but I also hear the golden age is coming. So, and the question I have for Mr. Byrd is, how long does it take to put it in place for a referendum? Because my thought is, it's not us making these decisions for our residents and putting the burden on the residents. My thought is, we would go to referendum and we would let the community decide if they want to put this burden on themselves. and that they can vote on it themselves. We have done referendums in the past. I believe the city did it for Thames Street. We've done it for the schools. We've done these things, and the residents get to choose. How long would that take to get it all prepared?
Without doing an educational, run up to it. It wouldn't take long to prepare, a few months, but just keep in mind too, like when we did this, we need to figure out HVAC also to see if it would make sense to it. But also keep in mind, when we did the schools, everyone assumed, they all voted for it, but they assumed my budget would be cut by the equal amount to not pay more. So, people have to understand this will be an increase on top of what other increases are
Oh,
coming.
absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. But that's the part where I'm like, it would be the residents we should be able to explain to the residents their full options, and they would be able to choose this, and they could pass it or not. I don't know if it will happen, as you're saying, sooner than later. My thought is potentially giving it down the road, that even during the November election of 25, which is
I would say
potentially.
only if we have a really firm grasp of state and federal budgets, so we can fully explain the impact, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I'm asking you, how long would it take to put something in place so that we can potentially maybe do something around the September mark to see where we are at that time?
Assuming you make decisions soon, we could do that.
Say that again.
As long as you make decisions soon on what you want included. I need to run, unless you want me to run, we do have to pay for everything we have run, so I need guidance on the HVAC right away and some of the other stuff. And, make sure middle school's not gonna be thrown in there also. So some decisions have to be made really fast by the council.
All right, so I'm not going to talk about the bonding for the HVAC, because that's totally a separate subject that I am going to stick to the topic on the floor. Will you be able to have further meetings with the community to get their feel that even while we are in this turbulent time of financial issues with the federal government, to get their feel if they were still interested in potentially going forward with this and what their priority would be? And if they would want to go forward with Fitch?
We certainly can.
And if they would want to potentially break it apart into sections? I don't want to break it apart too much, because I know how it goes. A lot of this has been piecemealed over the years, and I want to try and get as much done as we possibly can, because it is so important. This is very important to me. I have been the one that's been pushing for fields since basically I got on the council. And I pushed to get the lights at the middle school. I mean, these are the things that our community needs. I just want to do it responsibly, but I also want our community to have an opportunity to have their say in it as well, instead of just us on the council making the decisions as well. I'm not sure if November is a good timeline. It could potentially go into the next council as well. And depending, as you're stating, what's going on in federal and state, because I will say, if just the feeling, if they cut by the state and the feds that drastically, I can't imagine people wanting to go forward with this. And it might be a waste to go to referendum. Okay, Councilor Gajewski.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Kind of just to piggyback off of the mayor and my colleague, Councilor Jones's statements. I'll start with, I do have also, through the mayor, I also do have concerns about synthetic turf and the impact it has on the environment. But in a previous position I held, I dealt with synthetic turfs a lot. What type of synthetic turf would be the purchased if it was one?
At this point, we don't know.
Okay, because there are different options.
There's a lot of different brands, and
Yeah.
we're not there yet. We're just using fairly generic numbers at this point.
Okay, because some are cheaper, some are more expensive, some use rubber, some use grain. So that was just one of my questions. And then as the mayor just mentioned of piecemealing it together, kind of get what would your priority be? it was kind of hinted that it would be the Fitch High School because of the ADA compliance, but I just wanted to get your opinion on that.
I mean, I don't think it's up to me, but I would say what we heard from the public, right, was that Fitch was definitely number one. And most of the amenities at Fitch, meaning the new practice field, the stadium and softball were all important. Then Claude Chester basically was the second level of importance, and then Sutton Park was the third level of importance, is what we heard from the public. I would say personally, I'd probably tend to agree with that, but I think, the high school is in desperate need. It really is in desperate need. However, and that just solves the high school needs, right? Really, the parents that came to you 4 or 5 years ago now, was the youth sports too, saying we don't have enough turf, we don't have enough space to get on fields, and solving it at the high school doesn't necessarily solve anything for all the youth programs in town. So I think at a minimum, I would be looking at Claude Chester and at Fitch, and then really Sutton Park is almost an extension of Fitch if you think about it being the high school baseball and softball field. So can they live without it? They have been for years, but at a disadvantage.
All right. Thank you for that response. To piggyback also on the mayor's point about a referendum, I would also agree with that statement, but I would not want to rush it. So if we have to push it 2 years down the road, 3 years down the road, just don't want it rushed and make sure that the public is informed on that. And yeah, I also kind of agree with the Fitch High School. I know that was a discussion that I remember from 10 years ago, was that need. I just wanted to make sure that we were on that same opinion. And then a question through the mayor to the manager. If the current state, I know this is a very vague question, but if the current state of our federal government and potentially state government with funding and securing potential bond money, what would there any potentially be to do CIPs out of the town budget to piecemeal this together? What is kind of your vision on that?
Small parts, I wouldn't do a lot, and especially not until we know exactly what's happening with the budget.
Okay, yeah, it was a hypothetical kind of, but I just wanted to get a little, just kind of throw it out there as an idea. That is it for me, Madam Mayor. I yield back.
Thank you. Councilor Parker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So you've worked up potential costs of having synthetic. You worked up a partial cost of what it would be each year for us to replace grass if they tear up the land, correct?
Yes.
Potentially?
Yeah.
So we could potentially be paying $500,000 to $400,000 to replace something, or am I saying that right? For grass at all three places, let's put it that way.
I think I'm misunderstanding where.
So if we're not using synthetic
Yep.
for all the fields,
Yep.
what is the cost going to be for replacing grass every year?
Oh, yeah, I would have to do that math, but you're probably close to that ballpark from a maintenance perspective. And that couple $100,000 per year, probably, yeah.
But that's only for maybe one spot,
No,
for all of them?
yeah, because that was a 15-year life cycle, I think, was it, what you're probably looking at, that
And
first number.
synthetic would be a whole lot cheaper because it'll last for 15 years?
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I know there's issues for a lot of people about plastics and stuff, but I know synthetic has been changing, so maybe they've come up with a new formula. Two, I don't want to look at this right now because of what we're going through, but I do not feel that a referendum should happen right now when people do not know what's going to happen. People are going to be more worried about having food on their table and potentially having jobs. So I'm okay with waiting until we can get some solid numbers and let finance look at everything, as Mr. Burt has stated, because we also have some other CIPs that are coming up. And I know this is, for some, a priority, but a lot of people are looking at something different. And I yield the floor.
Thank you. Counselor Merritt?
Yes, I'd like to refer to the issue of synthetic fields in the past and the present, to consider Counselor Jones' discussion. The synthetic manufacturing has improved quite a bit, hasn't it?
Absolutely, yes.
I don't think that's a priority question then. I think it's either one or the other. I don't think the synthetic should be ruled out because of the name of the product. You said that it's been drastically improved since it was first brought to light.
It definitely has been drastically improved, both in filament and in chemical compound and in recyclability, for sure. Up until last year, there wasn't the ability to recycle them in the continental US, and that now the first facility is open. So it has come a long way. I will fully acknowledge we're aware of the fact that we don't want to contribute more plastics to the environment, and that's why we're looking at the study to see if, as we filter all of that stormwater that comes off the field through the sand and gravel layers under the field, are we capturing the majority of that microplastic that might be coming off of that field? That's never been looked at before, so we're trying to look at it so we have some numbers to talk to.
Okay. Counselor Borderline?
Thank you. For me, I am a firm believer in the environment openly. I think that's a whole nother discussion outside of, do we want to do this? I definitely have my concerns about the synthetics, but, I definitely think that's a separate, for me, that's a separate issue, and it's a priority issue, but definitely a firm believer in the environment, and I think we do what's right for our community and our public health as at large. Bring it back now. The condition of what it is, do we want to do this or not? The details and the fine things, do you want blue curtains, permanent wood, all that can come after. For me, I think it's a matter of, do we need to do this? To me, this field on the high school level is a public health concern. Every other town, some not as wealthy as ours, that don't have as healthy as the savings that we have, is not as funded as well as our schools and our town, our taxpayers, have found a way. If we keep waiting, and I am concerned, I have friends that are jobs might be on hold and other things going on. We've had COVID. We always are going to have something. Something is always going to be the barrier to our pocket, but somehow we find a way. We cannot sit here and leave the school looking deplorable and say, oh, well, we don't know what's going on with the grants of the federal government or COVID. We have to figure out a plan and let our community decide. Those are concerns that we should look at. But right now, the condition, we're not talking a field that's 5 years expired, 6 years expired. We're talking a field that's over 30 years past its time, in essence. The bleachers, I've seen children falling through. We're not supposed to have those spaces anymore. The bathrooms are not ethical or up to code. So it's like we have a half high school, in my opinion. And when you show up to the town and you look at it from an investment and you want to bring in people who want to live here, number one thing that attracts young families is school curriculum and looking at the fields. We're a military community. Tons and tons of people ask me. They come from the South, different places, California. They come here and look at this field and they're like, what is going on? It is an eyesore. We have to wrap around it. Does it have to be this November? Maybe not. I don't know. But I also know we can have a special referendum. That's my question to the town manager. It doesn't have to be in November. It can be offset, correct?
Yeah, that does cost more money, but yeah.
Just throwing it out there, right. So there's ways to do this. We just now need to say, all of these other things are happening around us. We can't be afraid to put everything on hold. We have to move together, united, and figure out a plan as what we're doing. We can't put all of our things on hold right now. We need to look at it, move it forward, and decide. We also haven't even done a finance campaign and seen if people will donate. That's another option. So we're just looking at the raw numbers. To me, the high school is a priority. Environment is definitely a priority. But the welfare and well-being of our children at the high school and the deplorable conditions of our field and leaving it in this condition is just unacceptable compared to our ECC and our Southeastern Connecticut counterparts. Groton deserves better with the military community. We should have the top-notch fields here. Thank you.
Councilor Pacino?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The state of Connecticut is going to be feeling the pinch just as well as we are with what the federal government is most likely going to be doing. With that said, they also have a school department that's going to feel a pinch. Has any consideration been given to having a discussion with the state and Grosso Tech about sharing fields? If so, what was the discussion? If not, why?
Yes, that discussion has happened many times. The short answer is there's enough competing athletic events between the two schools, meaning Fitch and Grosso, that it doesn't work to be able to share a facility. While Grosso was being built, Fitch did allow for some of their sports to be able to use some of our facilities some of the time because they had nothing. However, yeah, it's right there, but they have their own teams that are practicing after school, just like we have our own teams practicing after school. So discussion's been had. It can happen, I'll say infrequently, when maybe one of their teams is traveling and we have nowhere to go. We might be able to use it occasionally. So school to school, it's been discussed. It's not the answer. Youth-wise, I know youth organizations reach out to Grosso trying to get access. Because it's a state-owned facility, the state actually charges for it. They charge a pretty decent amount of money for it. And that's because they can't just open it up and let a youth facility use it. They have to pay for a custodian to be on staff the whole time, somebody to lock and unlock and things like that. So you have to pay for that person. So most of the youth organizations in town can't afford that fee to be able to use it after hours. So it's there, it's nice, but it isn't the answer at this point. Or hasn't been the answer at this point.
Well, I didn't expect it to be the answer. I just thought it might relieve some pain, but I get you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Counselor Rusk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to start by saying thank you for this presentation. It's fantastic. There's a lot of information here. I think we're all somewhat digesting a lot of it. I also share some of Councilor Jones's concerns about synthetic fields. I understand probably the need for it at the high school. I'm concerned with it in other areas. But
Can you move your microphone? Thank
sorry,
you.
I was trying not to
Many
hit
people
it.
cannot hear you on our meetings, I'm hearing.
Sorry. I think that, like many counselors have said tonight, there's a lot of concern right now. I think we're going to all, I'm sorry, I don't think I hit myself. I apologize. Counselor Gajewski, I don't envy your position. No, we're good. I won't take my 3 minutes. Long story short, there's a lot of concern right now. I think there is definite need to move forward with some of this. We just need to figure out where we and the town prioritizes. I think you have a sample of 32 people, 50 people who've said what their priority is. There's a lot more residents in Groton. So I appreciate all you've done. I hope that we can work together on how to best move forward for the entire community. Thank you.
I would put it out there, since I've heard it multiple times tonight. We'd be happy to do a separate conversation, and whether it's in a meeting or a special outside of the meeting, to talk about synthetic turf concerns, hear what your concerns are, where you might have gotten those concerns, because there's a lot of misinformation out there about it, and be able to talk through those concerns in an easier format. So I'd be happy to do that.
Counselor Merritt.
Yes, I think I'll direct this one to Director Barry. What about that field down on Gary Court that's owned by the state? Can that be utilized by the town?
That's Grosso's old fields. Is that what you're talking about? Just-
They've never used that field.
They haven't used it in a couple of decades at least.
Yeah, and the reason that they haven't used it is the water table is so high that it's just not a playable field.
It's
It's so-
looking pretty good to me with all the trees growing in it.
Yeah. Right. It's a great environment for a forest, but not a great environment for an athletic field.
I just thought that might be considered into the picture as a field.
From a cost perspective, it doesn't save us much, I guess is what I would say. It is an existing area. It takes a lot of work. It would take a lot of fill to get that up, and it is in a floodplain, which has some other issues. From a youth, and that would serve really probably youth more than anything, right? If the high school, we know we can now fit most of what we need for the high school at Fitch, with the exception of that possible second baseball and softball. From a youth perspective, the task force seems it makes the most sense to put more youth fields directly adjacent to the Pequannock Plains fields. You could end up with 5 fields there that could serve as a place for tournament play. From a maintenance perspective, maintenance just has to go to one place and kind of maintain the whole thing. Not that that Grosso property is that much further away, but it is also isolated to basically being almost one and a half fields. So we get more bang for the buck at Clodchester. The big cost difference there is the fact that the school wasn't taken down when it was abandoned. So there's a $2 million price tag that the town will have to absorb at some point to take that building down.
Aren't they using that building, the old Grosso Tech, aren't they using that for storage?
The old Grosso Tech.
You said the building to be taken down.
Sorry, the building to be taken down I was referring to as the Clodchester building. At Clodchester School, there's a building to be taken down.
Yeah, I thought that was figured into the picture when we started talking about it.
It's figured into our numbers, correct,
Yeah,
yeah. But
okay.
if you were to build a field, somewhere else, the only savings would be that you're not paying to take down the school at Clodchester at this point.
I just think that we need to move forward on this field issue because it's been on the table for a very long time. And we need to make a decision so that next year we don't bring it up again and say, well, let's talk about this, let's talk about that. We already did. Let's make a decision on it.
Are you all set?
Yeah.
Thank you. Counselor Jones?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through the mayor to the town manager, can you, I know we've talked about potential things that we need to bond in the town. One of them is being HVAC. Could you put together, and I know we're coming into budget season and budget season has CIPs in it, but could you put together sort of a quick list of potential items that we might need to bond? Not that they have a priority, because that would get mixed in with all of this, but just, we know of the HVAC. There's also the.
I've got updated numbers for the schools, so yes, that'd be easy
and
enough.
we have things like the Fitch Senior, a community center and those kind of things. But just give us a picture of what potentially we could potentially have coming down the line that we need to be responsible for, and then, so we have an understanding of balancing. And sort of, I think the HVAC is fairly important, and that may supersede this because it's the air health of the kids, so. But just some guidance on what we have. And I know that some of them would probably be CIPs, but just give us a picture.
You all set?
Yep.
Counselor Parker?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Burt. How many, since this is going to be probably a bond, and Councilor Jones just asked about potential bonds, I want to know how many bonds we have now and how many more years we have to pay on a bond, and what this potential would be on paying on the bond for how many years?
Well, we have several bond issuances out there. Each one's different. I would have to do some research on it. And the amount we're paying is going down each year, so it's making some progress. But I can get that info.
We still have the school bond. And yeah, if we can get the pricing on, definitely what we're paying on that one, because that was 184.5 million.
But not bonded, though.
Bond-
A
not
lot of
bonded.
that's paid by the state, so.
How-
Like I
and-
said, total bond outstanding we have right now is about 79 million. That's how much we owe out there in bonds.
So potentially 79 million plus the 56.4, plus the HVAC system, and I believe there was a couple of other things that need to be done, so we can get the whole entire calculation, all the bonds we have, including what this potential bond would be with the HVAC and anything else coming up. Because that would give us firm numbers and show where we're at and what we can afford for the people, because, again, we'll be balancing it out somebody's back. Thank you.
Yeah.
Point of information?
Mr. Burt, can I ask you a quick question? So the HVAC at the school, there was only 2 of them that had air quality issues. Is that correct? Because you have requested HVAC information and to show that there's an air quality issue, and we haven't received that, right?
I've received some, we had the two numbers when we met before to talk about legislative priorities. I've since received the next two schools, so I've got all those numbers, you know. It's air
Numbers,
quality
but do you
versus-
have air quality? Are they
No,
saying it's
no,
air
I've asked
quality?
for them. I have not received yet.
You haven't received that, though?
Yeah. No, I've not. I reached out a few days ago again to ask for it.
So my question, I'm just curious if
So at
they
this
just want
point, I don't know
new.
how much of a health issue it really is. I don't know what level of priority it really is.
Correct. I'm just curious if they just want better air conditioning or if it's an air quality issue. Very curious about that. Councilor Bordelon, did you have a question?
Oh, yeah, I just wanted, just to piggyback off what Councilor Parker asked, since you're already doing it. When you do that bonding, if I heard her correctly, she said for the 56.4, could you also do a separate one just for the 37 million, which would be just the high school, when you calculate it versus all of the fields?
Well, at this point, I think I'm just listing everything, right? If you want, it'll take.
There's different
couple-
options in here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so you'll list them all.
We're not
Okay.
doing the bond, yeah. Once you give me a little more direction, then we can have the financial advisor do some bond scenarios for you.
Perfect. Thank you.
I think we're adequate. Well, I'm going to speak one more time because I have one more time I can speak. I want to question that maybe if we could give it a little bit of time into this president's term prior, and then we could maybe potentially send out a survey monkey, one of those to the vast residents of Groton to see what they're interested in. Maybe after we set our next mill rate, to see what the community thinks about that, after, just to see if they still have an interest in going forward with this. And that can reach a lot more people. Mr. Barry, when you're talking about the aquatic center, I just want you to know that I am watching New London very carefully right now and watching all the numbers that are coming out of New London, and I'm sure Mr. McBride is as well. I wanted to know, because I heard this, that there are more distressed communities than ours, and that is true. And some of them do have better fields than we do. But I also will say, they get a lot more money from the state for these type of things than we do. They get a lot more funding from other sources than we do. And I wanted to also make a note that if potentially we go to a referendum on these items, and even if we just start at certain things, not all of it in one big lump sum, there is a potential it can fail. And as previously has happened on referendums, you can adjust and try again. It doesn't mean because it fails once that it is over. And I want to know, can we ask our residents if they would choose grass or synthetic? Can we put that to a question if we went to referendum asking them? Or,
There's some rules on how it's not just a simple question, but there might be a way to do it, but it'd be more complicated than that.
okay, what about?
Because you
let
can't
me
just ask what it, yeah, there has to be.
What
tied
about
into-
during a regular election? If the community was to go forward with athletic fields, could they choose, could we put a question on the ballot, synthetic or grass? And
The only thing I would say is it's a little bit more, it's potentially a little more complex than just putting a simple question on the ballot.
there's education that's going to have to go
We-
along with
You know,
that.
we've been doing our best to educate them. What I would say is, in those groups, when we did get 30 to 50 people to show up, in all of those, there was a representation of the athletic groups themselves, right? So at the last one, where we only got a handful of people, but it was a representation from football, representation from soccer, from lacrosse, right? So they were there as an individual, but representing a body of a lot more people. I don't want to, I think asking the athletes and the parents of the athletes who use those youth fields what their preference is definitely important to make sure that we get them right. And then I think it's also right for environmentalists of the town to be able to put in their 2 cents as well. And we tried to do that through some of our public outreach, and we did have some of those conversations. Could there be more? Absolutely. And it might be that it's better to hold those forums as opposed, and educate and answer questions as opposed to potentially just a question on a ballot that, many might not understand when they show up to vote.
Okay,
So,
understood. Thank
We'd be
you.
happy to do that, do some more marketing, do some more public outreach, both for the plan and for that synthetic question.
All right, just thought I'd question that. So I would also like to thank you for this presentation. It's been a long road, very long road, with all of you back there as well. I can remember the first meeting at the community center. So I want to let the council know here that there is 5 years of data that you have worked on. There are spreadsheets. There is a lot of data that is put into this. All fields, no matter where they are, defunct, shared, they were all taken in consideration, and pros and cons of everything and how hard it is to even share these fields, as well as the scheduling that goes along with that. So I thank you all for all of this. I think our council will probably have to have some more discussions on this to go forward. It is a big deal, and I know that there are other things going on, as well as our budgets and some other CIP issues. But I thank you, and I am a champion of this, and I will try my best to help move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, it is, what is it, like 8:45-ish? Let's take a 10-minute break or so, and then we'll come back and finish up our last 3 items on here.
Do you have to have the other money in place, or you have to have?
Okay, it's 9:01 and we are back from recess. I just want to make an announcement that Counselor Parker had arrived at 7:25 at our meeting, and Counselor Gajewski was on Zoom at 7:17 and was in person at 7:55. Up for our next item is 2025-52 DUI Enforcement Program Grant for FYE 24 and 25. This is, let's see, what page are we on?
74.
Thank you. We are on page 74 of our packet. Counselor Pacino, would you like to take that one?
Oh, I just put food in my mouth. Just 1 second, when we finished chewing, it wasn't ready.
You want me to move, go on?
I got it. Glasses. Okay. 2025 TAC 52 DUI Enforcement Program Grant for FY 2024-2025. Motion to recommend the resolution authorizing the town manager to act on behalf of the town of Groton to accept the grant funding in the amount of $19,300 to execute any and all documents, to perform all acts and things deemed necessary or appropriate to carry out the terms of the grant program, and to refer the matter to the RTM per Rule 6.5.3.
Moved by Pacino, seconded by Rusk. Hello, Chief Azaro. Did you want to give us a synopsis on your grant?
Sure. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. So we have awarded or allocated $19,243.72 for the DUI Patrol Enforcement Grant. That would enable our officers to go out there for additional patrols and do DUI enforcement. What I would like to highlight, this is something that's necessary in our community. As you all know all too well, in recent months, since October, we had 2 fatal DUI traffic accidents, as well as an officer in a patrol vehicle, certified armed driver. So this will enhance our ability to go out, target hazardous operators, DUI operators, and hopefully get them off the roads. So I would submit that this is a useful grant and solicit your approval.
Counselor Bordelon.
Thank you for the presentation. Again, this one's a no-brainer. It's a grant, it's an opportunity, and I thank you for seeking these, and they're very useful. And I just say, let's vote on this thing. Let's get it.
Counselor Gajewski?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hate to be a pessimist here, but with today's news,
There's federal dollars. We'll continue with it. We'll just see if we get the money. If not, no harm, no foul.
Cool. That was my only question.
I expected that.
Yield back, Madam Mayor.
This may have been allocated because it did come off 2024. And it's passing the state of Connecticut.
All right. That's it for me. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Counselor McBride.
Just a comment for anyone that's watching. A lot of the grants that we have, some of them have municipal matches and some don't. I just want to make sure it's clear that this does not have a match. It does not have a match, so it's 100% federally funded. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Mara, are you good? Do you need some assistance? Okay. Counselor Bordelon.
I know we were talking about the freezing of grants and stuff. I'm hearing like some of these that are already allocated in 2024 and current are also being froze, so there is a chance it could be impacted. Working with a nonprofit I work with, we have funding that was already allocated that we can't even access right now. So even though this was allocated prior to 2025, it could still be affected. Is that correct?
Potentially, but again, if they just wouldn't release it then.
Right.
So
So we are not planning to spend without making sure we have it first.
no, we'd be awarded the grant first, yeah.
Before we
Yeah.
put into motion the great programs that would come.
Right.
with it. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other hands. Let's take a vote on 2025-52 DUI Enforcement Program Grant for FY '24 and '25. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? That passes 9-0 to 0. All right, moving on, 2025. Thank you, have a good night. 2025-84, Community Peace Garden Project Referral. Let me find the right page.
101.
Thank you. Hey, I'm really not together with this tonight. I'm up pages. Okay. This was a referral that was brought forward by Counselor Gajewski. Did you want to discuss first?
Yes, I'm actually gonna, all counselors were, I believe, on this email, but I'm gonna read it into the record. It says, "Dear Mayor Franco and members of the Town Council, on behalf of the Rotary Club of Mystic, I am writing to seek your support for a potential community initiative, the creation of the Community Peace Garden in honor of former President Jimmy Carter and First Lady Rosalind Carter. This project detail check, celebrates their lifelong commitment to peace-building public service and global health, embodying the Rotary motto, service above self, as well as Carter's connection to the area. As a part of our district's Opus for Peace initiative, we had been discussing this memorial to honor these leaders who devoted their life to peace and service. However, upon reading of the town of Groton's heartfelt tribute to President Carter in the day last week, I felt compelled to move this project forward. I have copied Mystic Rotary President Betty Smith and Rotary District 7980 Southern Connecticut Governor Robert Friend on this message. The Community Peace Garden will serve as a living tribute to the Carter's values and contributions. It will feature a peace pole inscribed, "May peace prevail on earth," in multiple languages, symbolizing global unity and harmony. Reflection areas within seating and engraved quotes from the Carters, encouraging dialogue and contemplation. Educational elements highlighting the Carters' contributions to peace building and public health. Sustainable landscaped spaces designed to bring people together of all backgrounds in the spirit of unity and collaboration. This initiative will be partially funded by contribution from local Rotary clubs and matching District 7980 Peace Building Grant, as well as other civic organizations and individuals. We respectfully request the Town Council support in the following ways: endorsing the project to emphasize its value to Groton as a symbol of unity and progress, identifying a suitable location within Groton that reflects the purpose of the garden and ensures accessibility for all residents, perhaps at the Town Hall, Groton Public Library, or the Groton Senior Center, assisting with logistical support during the planning and installation phases. The garden will not only serve as a space of peace and reflection, but will also enhance Groton's reputation as a community that values its history and the contributions of extraordinary individuals like the President and First Lady Carter. Their lives were testaments to self-service and unwavering commitment to humanity, values that align perfectly with Rotary's mission. We are excited about the opportunity to collaborate with the town of Groton on this meaningful project that can be scaled up or down depending on space allocated, and we would be delighted for the opportunity to present this plan in person. With gratitude for your ongoing leadership and dedication to our community, yours in service, John Waller. And then I'll take my turn.
Okay, well, it's your referral,
Oh,
so you can
okay,
speak
cool.
on it.
So I was very touched by that email, and their involvement, with it, and, there was also, they, included the project details in here. And with the Carters being former residents of Groton, I feel it is important, to recognize that with their celebration. And I would ask for the town, council's approval for participation in this project.
Thank you. I had read this as well, and I was delighted to see it, and I thought it was a wonderful idea. And it had crossed my mind that this might be something that we could refer to the Veterans and War Memorial Committee. I'm not sure exactly how all the other counselors feel about that, but we did create that committee, and this would be a veteran that was from our community, and as a president and a veteran, he would fit right in with that committee, I would assume. So I don't know if I want to make that referral at this time or hear what other counselors have to say first. Okay, so Counselor Bordelon.
Thanks. I think it's, a great idea. And I think, if somehow we recognize why he was here, it was because of the Navy. And so maybe some involvement with that should be another thing added to this list, because it's, he wasn't just a resident, he was here because of the naval installation. So then that made me think of the submarine sale, which is almost on the library property, which is also next to the senior center. didn't know if there's a piece there, because it would be kind of nice if tourists are coming in and visiting that, Groton Sail, and you got the Carter Memorial, which also ties into the submarine force, because he wasn't just Navy, he was subs. So I don't know, like, if that in any way, just some thinking. But those are things that came to mind when I saw this. I think it's a great idea. Does anyone, my question, does anyone know where he lived in Groton?
It's no longer there.
Do you know where it was, though?
By
Pfizer.
Yeah, the Pfizer property.
Right, it was the ones along the road, wasn't it, from the?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Maybe reach out to Pfizer, maybe they'd be wanting to put a Peace Garden on there, that land that's not being used. I don't know, because it's just sitting there. But anyway, I think, so it was on the city side. So I just think it's a great idea, and I think just, the submarine force, naval stuff is definitely a big part of it. And where the land will be, I think it will be welcomed wherever it would be. But, maybe by the sub-sale, I don't know. I mean, kind of, or the library, senior center, but open to see. I think if you think it should go to the veterans, so what part does the Rotary have and what would the council have? We would just be providing the land, is I guess my question.
That is my understanding based on their letter.
So we're not doing any of the planning or anything really. I guess like referring it to the veterans group would just be helping pick the land. I think that for me would be more of a council thing. But if the veterans group wanted to be part of it with the Rotary, I could see it like that. I just don't know which, I think it sounds like the Rotary is really spearheading it, right? Is that my understanding, or?
I can make a call to the Rotary and see what they're.
Okay.
And then we can go, sorry, I just hit kind of accident. I can make a call to the Rotary and see what their
Okay.
preferred involvement. My understanding was on the letter that they would be taking it up for the most part, but I'll call and confirm with them.
Right, that's what I read, so I can respect the mayor's referral, but I think that committee would probably just want to be involved in general. But it could go there, but I think from the land side is where do we see this going? Don't forget, we have the community gardens that used to be called the community gardens in Noank, which was set aside for, allowed to be a park, so there's space there, I guess, through the mayor to the town manager.
Well, it's undeveloped at this point, other than our little garden there, yes.
So there could be a little, a Peace Garden would fit into this, the tranquility of the mission of what that was set out to be.
I do think this will have a strong, though, military aspect. I agree with the committee. And, you might not want to put it right next to the garage hill, so I think they'll definitely want some heavy involvement on the placement. So I agree with the committee referral.
So what I'm asking is about land, because land is going to be something we have to look at. The Groton, the Knowing Community Gardens is a land that the town has possession of that we could, if the committee or whoever thought it would be the council vote to, say a small piece of that could be used for a peace garden, would it?
You'd also have to look there, there's kind of a master plan, that they have for that property. I'd say we have lots of places that could potentially go. I'd leave it at that.
Okay, so that one's already set up in a master plan. All right, no, I think it's great. I mean, it can't go wrong here, but to me, it sounds like Rotary's spearheading it, and they're just looking for our help for a piece of land, is the way I read it. But thank you, Dan. I look forward for any comments and information to come.
Thank you. Councilor Pacino.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Honestly, I think the where question is premature. I think if we refer to the committee that the mayor would like to refer to, let them make all these decisions. Let them figure it out with the. I just went brain dead.
Rotary Club.
The Rotary Club, and then come back to us with where and when and how and what they're going to do there and design. Let that all happen there, because you can't just do a garden for the Carters because of their humanitarian. He was in the military. You can't ignore it. So you got to have that our veterans group involved in that, and then I'm sure they'll have an answer for us in a short amount of time. It's something we can actually sink our teeth into and vote on.
Thank you. Councilor Rusk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with the proposal of putting it someplace very centrally located, like the library, or the Thrive 55. I do see in their proposal that they are asking for community involvement, which is, I think, where we can definitely ask our veterans group to get involved, and any other local group, even perhaps our military members, to come and help with the Garden Build Day. And they also talk up here about participating in planting and dedicating the garden. So they are definitely asking local residents to be a part of this. I think once we have said, yes, we want to move forward with this and pick a spot, then I feel like absolutely let everybody know about it, including our veterans group, and see where we can move forward.
Counselor Jones.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think also involving the Veterans Memorial Group is a good idea. They haven't had a project, so this would be a good one for them to go and do. And I'm sure they're waiting to do something, and this is a worthy cause. And I think generally centrally located, but that's to be determined. And I think the two groups can work together. The Rotary Club is very active and filled with community people, so the two groups, I think, can work together. Does anybody know what a peace building grant is? It's mentioned support from a peace building grant.
No,
Tell me
I don't
just
know.
what you would
Not top of, if I had to guess, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Carter Center it was a grant
Might
from
be
the
one
Carter
of
Center.
theirs. Okay.
That was my first thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm definitely in favor of moving this forward. I think having, opening it up to the Veterans Memorial Group is a great idea. And the Rotary Club, I'm sure they'll work beautifully together. And where to put it can be determined later. I think it'll come out of it naturally, I think.
Thank you. Mr. Byrd, do we actually have to vote on sending this off to the Veterans and War Memorial Committee?
I don't think you need to, if you're generally in consensus.
Can I take a
Yeah,
consensus? Shall we take a consent? Does anybody else want to speak before I make something? Counselor Parker?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're endorsing this. So what I'm getting out of this is, yes, you can send it there, but we still have to authorize it. So the consensus would be worthwhile to say, yes, that we want to move this forward to the veterans group. But it also sounds like we're going to have to assist logistically, because it does say something about support, because if you go to the next pages, it's asking proposed budget. So I don't know if they're coming up with the budget, or if they'll be coming to us to see if we can assist with something down the road, because we do have to put up a poll, and it would be the town putting the poll up, correct? Or can they put it up through you
I'm sure,
to Mr.
if
Mayor?
it's town property, I'm sure we'd be coordinating it.
And that's a cost, is that potentially?
Well, I mean, they could potentially cover it too, but,
Okay.
yeah.
So just a couple of thoughts on that. So I'm all for it. I just want to make sure that when we say we're endorsing, we're definitely endorsing it first before we send it to the veterans group.
Okay. Counselor Merritt?
I believe this is in the proposal for $1,500 to $2,500. It's already there. That appears to me like they're requesting that money for this project within the town of Groton. And do you want to involve the beautification committee?
Good.
With the understanding that there's a limit on the money proposed just for this project.
Okay, Counselor Rusk?
Just a quick question. Do we know who would maintain this garden, and will it need to be replanted every year? Long-term planning.
That is something they will have to figure out. I will say usually beautification committee is responsible for maintaining if they can. I can discuss more with you about that because I know a lot more about it, but there have also been landscapers that have come forward that are willing to take on an area and maintain if we could.
Okay. I just didn't know if this was something the Rotary was willing to continue with. I think it's a
I'm
good
not right.
question
I'll
for
have a
them.
conversation tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Bordelon?
Yeah, when I was saying, what I was saying is it doesn't have to preclude anyone else from getting involved if they're not part of the veterans group. they're looking for volunteers in general. So it's almost like you don't have to do a referral, they just want volunteers, but I think it's great that that group wants to. But to Councilor Merritt's point, I also think beautification plays into this, as far as, I think they get allocated money from the town and some other fundraising, and they might want to help with this as well. So I thank you, Councilor Merritt, for that. And, as I stated, definitely the military component. And as far as picking the places, not saying we had to pick them tonight, I was simply stating that we just throwing ideas out there of thoughts that are out there, but this doesn't state, like, again, who's going to be maintaining it or not. So that would be another discussion to talk about. I know, like, some fundraisers will fundraise with the expectation that they're going to maintain it. So I guess those types of questions are to be answered, but those are minuscule, and the intentions are great. And so, and I guess, the size, what size are they looking for? Are they looking for a quarter acre? I mean, how much space are they looking for? Those are questions that need to come forward. So I think it's wonderful, and we'll see where it goes, and more hands on deck, the better. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I would like to, I'm sorry, Councilor McBride.
Thank you. Just a quick comment. I'm in favor of this referral as well. Excuse me. I think the proper action, my opinion, would be for Councilor Gajewski to reach out to John Waller, who brought this forward, to inform him of the interest of the Veteran Advisory Committee and the Beautification Committee and other things, and have John Waller come forward as the lead project manager, because he's the one that put this forward with the Rotary Club. So I think it's, as someone else mentioned, the more the merrier is great, but I think it's his proposal, so I think he should take the lead on where this goes from here and coming back to the council with more information.
Yes.
Thank you.
So what I wrote here was that I would like to ask this council if we are in support of this venture, and as we move the referral to send it to the Veterans and War Memorial Committee, who can collaborate with the Beautification Committee to come up with a plan, location, and needs. I'm sorry, let me add in there, the War Memorial Committee can collaborate with the Beautification Committee along with the Rotary to come up with a plan, location, and their needs from the town council. This would also have to come back to the town council for final approval.
I would say the Rotary, they're working in collaboration with his idea, which is what Councilor McBride is trying to say. He brought it forth. He wants others to be involved. I understand you want the veterans to work with it, but it's also his project that they're starting. So I get where Councilor McBride's coming from. So I would change the verbiage. We are going to refer it to them to work in collaboration with the two.
Would you like to make something to put on the floor?
We don't have to make a
Well, we're
motion.
taking a consensus, so would you like to make the wording?
No, because I don't want to make it as a motion.
It's not a motion, it's just put the wording out there.
I just said it. So it's a collaboration of the two. We're going to inform, we should let Councilor Gajewski talk to Mr. Waller to say that we would like to send this to the war veterans and the beautification to work with you in collaboration on this project.
Yeah, that's sort of what I think I was saying in what I said. And
Read it
that-
again.
And that for them to come up with a plan, a location, and what their needs are from the town council.
Can you read the whole thing again? From what
That we are in support of this venture, and we would refer it to the Veterans and War Memorial Committee, who can collaborate with the Beautification Committee as well as the Rotary to come up with a plan, location, and the needs from the town council.
So the war veterans are going to take the project over.
Well, they're working with them, with
That's-
Beautification as well as Rotary. It's collaboration, it says.
Point of information?
But it's going to the War and Veterans Committee, and that's where it will stay, and that's who will come back to us and make their presentation on location, plan, and their needs from the town council.
Point of information?
The Rotary's, I mean, unless you want the Rotary to come back and make the presentation?
I think it needs to be both of them, because the Rotary is making the plans for
Well, I'm
everything.
sure they would come with the War and Memorial Committee, but the Rotary's not under us as a council.
They just said they would present to us.
But the Veterans and the War Memorial Committee is our committee that we formed in the community. The Rotary is not.
Point of
And I
information?
don't think, just one moment, please. And I don't want to do the work here at the council to do all this work and have to keep coming back to the council with have Counselor Gajewski go ask questions, then come back to us, have another discussion, and then decide where to send it to. I just want to send it to the Veterans and War Memorial Committee. They would be the lead on it, working with the Rotary, as well as the Beautification Committee, and collaborating with them, all of them together. And then when it's time, the Veterans and War Memorial Committee would be the lead, because that is a committee that is under us that we formed. They are a town committee. The Rotary is not. We can give money to the Veterans and War Memorial Committee. If we gave money to the Rotary, we're going to have to come up with something totally different in our processes.
Point of
Counselor
information.
Bordelon, do you have a question?
Yeah, point of information and clarification. So I'm just trying to understand the motion as well. So to my understanding, we're just in good faith sending some volunteers forward. So we're just basically saying, thank you, Rotary, for sending this to us, and we support you. But whatever comes out of that, that's the Rotary's decision.
Yeah, they would work with the Veterans and War
just think
Memorial
the way that
Committee,
that's-
along with Beautification and the Rotary combined.
I just think the
to
way
work
with
together on
Counselor
this.
Parker, and I can't speak for her, but the way that that reads, I don't think there's one or over. I think it's whatever this gentleman's vision is, it's going to be his vision, and these guys are just showing up to support his vision. And maybe be kind of like an ad hoc but non-voting member. You know what I mean? Like they're verbalized saying, oh, well, this would be nice. I really think that person should come present to us. So now we said come forward, let him come to us now and present the whole questions that we asked Dan tonight. I think that's the next step. And I just see it as whoever wants to join in, that we are going to invite the Beautification and the War Memorial to join in on his vision. That's all. I just don't want to we're not taking the thunder, so to speak.
I'm not saying we're giving the thunder to the Veterans and War Memorial Committee. They would be working with the Rotary and to come up with all
I
of the
guess I
plans.
didn't use the right word. I guess what I'm trying to say, it's whatever, if I ask for volunteers, it's still my vision. If I'm going to build this playground and you guys say, we're going to send your Beautification to do plantings, thank you. You're not going to tell me you're putting roses necessarily.
If you don't support this, you don't have to support this.
No, I don't think you're understanding.
Maybe I
no
don't
disrespect, I
understand.
apologize. I'm not saying I don't support this. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that the vision should be left in the Rotary's hands. That's all. So the group that we send from the council are kind of just they're just joining in to say, wait, where do you need me? That's why I'm understanding it. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
I would just,
I don't know.
I think it's becoming a little too complex. Unless we, as a council, want to start designing parks, then we can do all the work on it here, and we can get all the answers, and we can choose the location, and we can.
Point of order. That's not what I said. A point of
I
order.
am not saying you
No,
said
no, no.
that.
Point of order.
Your point of order.
You are saying that you're trying to make it sound like we are going to do the work. That's not what I said. Don't
I did not put
imply,
words in your mouth.
don't imply, please.
Thank you. If this council would like to take on the work themselves, they can. I personally do not think I would like to take on creating a park. My thought is you send it to the Veterans and War Memorial Committee. That is a committee that's under us, that has the ability to come to the town and ask for things. That's how it was set up. They can work with the Rotary. It could still be the Rotary's vision, but they go to and work with the Veterans and War Memorial Committee to find a location, come up with a plan, and then they come back to present to us.
Point of order?
And ask for anything necessary that they need.
Point of order?
What's your point of order?
Again, I did not, for me, I'll speak for myself, I did not state that we were looking.
That's not a point of order.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to say it yet.
What's your point of order, though?
I have to say it. You have to give me a chance to say it. I ask for your grace. Similar to Counselor Parker, but in a different stance. What you just stated was that we don't want to take on the task. That was not my implication. I'm not saying we would be taking on the task. So I just asked that be
That's
clarified.
an explanation, that's not a point of order.
That's my point of order, the way that you're presenting it, is what I'm asking. That I was never stated that I was
I
thinking
never
we
said
were-
you did. I said how I would feel.
All right.
Counselor Rusk, you have spoken twice. I'm sorry, Counselor Pacino.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I understand what my fellow councils are trying to get at, is that, and I too would like to see the War Memorial Committee in on this. I would like to see the Beautification Committee in on this. But when it comes time to basically solidify where we're going to put it, how we're going to do this, they can ask us all these questions. They can ask John Burt where we got a piece of property. They can get all this stuff in one neat package for my brain dead again, for the Rotary Club to bring to us, not necessarily the War Memorial people bringing it to us. I understand that the War Memorial people are our people, I get that, and Rotary Club are not, but it's the Rotary Club's baby. And I'd like to see the Rotary Club work with our two groups, and our two groups have little input on what the Rotary Club wants to do and maybe help them along the road, but it's the Rotary Club's baby to report to us. I think that's what is trying to be implied. And I also think the way you're putting it, that the War Memorial will be taking the lead, and I think that would be a little unfair to the Rotary Club.
Thank you. Counselor Gajewski.
Yeah, I just wanted to share, my intent of bringing this to the council was today to see if there was support to bring it within to town, and possibly do this project, not really having having an idea of where I wanted to see it go. I was originally thinking the beautification committee, but really not getting deep into the weeds until I had the consensus of the council before we proceeded everywhere else, before we proceeded further as we went along. So I just wanted to say that, and I understand where all my colleagues are kind of coming from.
I'd like to put a motion on the floor
What's your motion?
that the town council supports moving forward with the Rotary Club and awaits them to come back to the council with a presentation to answer our questions. I think that's where we're at. Just them to come and, facilitate that.
Your motion is town council supports moving forward with the Rotary Club. And for them,
Yep. To come present their ideas, something like that. And then at that time, you guys can bring in the beautification and the War Memorial, but my thought is, let's just get the gentleman that's visioned here to speak to us so that we can answer those questions. How many acres? How many?
is there a second?
Second.
Go ahead.
That's it.
Okay. Counselor McBride.
I'm in favor of that as well. And I think what's most important is maybe for Counselor Gajewski to discuss with the John Waller and the Rotary, to discuss your thoughts as well, that they should, when they come back to us, to come back with other agencies or committees from Groton, whether it's the beautification committee or the veterans, because they can do the research, do all the work that we're all talking about, and then come back and present to council. I think that makes the most sense. And I'm sure they'll heed the council's desire to have others involved, such as the veterans committee and the beautification committee. So I think that makes the most sense. Thank you.
Counselor Rusk.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree that I feel like we've gotten off on a bit here, but I would love to hear what what the Rotary wants to do here, what their vision is. At that point, I think that is a very appropriate time to either invite the Beautification Committee to that meeting, invite the Veterans War Memorial to that meeting, and then make the recommendation that they work with them then versus ahead of time. So that is why I seconded the motion, and that is where I'll support.
Counselor Gayeski.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like the Rotary Club to come to the council, but I don't speak to the Rotary Club, and I would view it as an invitation to come to the council, because if they didn't want to come, then they don't have to. They're an independent organization, so I'm hesitant on the wording of the current motion, and it's getting into the weeds of way farther than I expected tonight's
Me too.
conversation
Way
to go.
farther.
So, but I appreciate the discussion and getting all the input from my colleagues. So, kind of on the fence a little bit, but I still would like to see this project go forward.
Point of clarification.
Question?
They do state in their information, they would like the opportunity to present this plan in person. So I think that's part of it.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah.
Counselor Parker?
No, Councilor McBride already stated it.
All right, seeing no other hands, we're going to take a vote. A motion for the town council supports moving forward with the Rotary Club and for them to come present to us their ideas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right, passes 9-0 to 0. Up next is the town manager performance review. We have a motion, it's on page 107. Counselor Merritt, did you want to take that?
Motion, I hereby move that the members of the Town Council Committee of the Whole and Town Manager John Burt go into executive session pursuant to General Statute Section 1-200 A and B, 6 and A, concerning the appointment, employment, performance, evaluation, health, or dismissal of a public officer or employee in regards to the town manager.
Second.
I so move.
Moved by Merritt, seconded by Pacino. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Passes 9-0 to 0. We're going to be going into executive session. It's 9:40, and we should probably just take a 10-minute break before it begins. Okay, it is 10:40. We're back from executive session. We have a motion.
Yep. Motion to set the term of the town manager's contract to 5 years to increase deferred compensation by $1,500 effective immediately and January 1st thereafter, and to set the vacation accrual rate to 2 days per month. So moved.
Second, Parker.
All right, moved by, hold on, please. Motion by Gajewski. Second by Parker.
Just a point of question.
Your question?
Is it proper or not proper to discuss? How do I word it? I guess I can't word it. Disregard.
Okay. All right, then. We will take a vote on the motion on the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? All right, that passes 8 to 1 to 0.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by Bordelon, seconded by Jones. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? That passes 9 to 0 to 0. We are adjourned at 10:41.